Welcome back to Terrified Tales, where the rain falls slow and the fear creeps in quicker. Like and subscribe before we begin, and tell us where and when you're listening. Midnight, alone, that's when they find you. The foghorn moaned, a long, mournful sound swallowed almost immediately by the dense grey soup that passed for air in Maris Hollow. Elias Thorne stood on the sagging porch of the inherited cottage, the damp chill seeping through his coat, clinging like a second skin woven from salt and regret. He hadn't expected a welcome, not from the town, and certainly not from the house itself, which seemed to hunch beneath the oppressive sky, its paint peeling like sunburnt flesh, its windows dark and vacant as cataracted eyes. This place felt less like a beginning and more like an ending, a final repository for things forgotten or deliberately misplaced. Like him, perhaps, like the sealed boxes stacked in the narrow hallway behind him, freighted with the last effects of a relative he barely remembered, a great-aunt twice removed, or something similarly distant and irrelevant, until a solicitor's letter had arrived, dry and formal, bestowing upon him this dubious legacy on the edge of the world. He ran a hand over his left ear, a familiar, useless gesture. The tinnitus was a constant companion, a high-frequency whine that spiked unpredictably, a phantom echo of the feedback shriek that had torn through the studio that day, the day everything fractured, the day he'd failed Arthur, his mentor, his friend. The sound lived in the silence behind his hearing, a reminder etched onto his auditory nerve. Sometimes it almost felt like listening to something specific, a signal from the damaged pathways of his own mind. Here, though, underscored by the rhythmic sigh and drag of the unseen ocean somewhere beyond the clinging mist, it felt different, amplified, resonant, as if the very air vibrated with frequencies only the broken could perceive. Inside, the cottage smelled of mildew, stale cigarette smoke, and something else, something uniquely coastal, the faint pervasive aroma of decay arrested by salt. Dust motes danced in the weak shafts of light filtering through grimy window panes, furniture huddled under white sheets like patient ghosts. Elias navigated the cramped space, his footsteps echoing slightly on the bare wooden floorboards. He wasn't here to settle, only to sift, to fulfill an obligation, and perhaps find something within the remnants of Great-Aunt Elspeth's life that might justify this detour from his own carefully constructed isolation. His gaze landed on one particular box, set apart from the others, marked simply "Recordings." It was heavier than it looked, sealed with yellowed tape that cracked under his touch. Hours passed in the meticulous ritual of unpacking his own equipment. The reel-to-reel deck, the preamp, the delicate calibration tools, instruments of his former life, now employed in this strange purgatory. Setting them up on a scarred wooden table felt both sacrilegious and necessary, a familiar routine anchoring him against the disquiet of the house. His guilt was a physical weight, pressing down as he handled the components, remembering Arthur's hands guiding his own, the shared passion now tainted by the accident's aftermath. Arthur's career silenced, Elias's own hearing permanently compromised, a cruel irony for a sound engineer. He'd retreated, focusing on restoration, trying to mend the broken sounds of the past, as if it could somehow mend his own fragmented self. Finally, he turned back to Elspeth's box. Inside, nestled, amongst packing straw, were dozens of magnetic tapes on small 5-inch reels. They were unlabeled, save for a few cryptic pencil markings on the cardboard boxes, dates from decades past, initials, meaningless symbols. A collector's nightmare, an archivist's headache. Yet, Elias felt a pull, a flicker of the old. Professional curiosity warring with a strange reluctance, a sense that these tapes were more than just forgotten audio. He selected one at random, its plastic reel cool and slightly brittle in his hand. He threaded the tape onto the deck with practiced ease, the familiar whir and click of the mechanism a small comfort. He settled the headphones over his ears, easing the right cup slightly away from his good ear, favoring the damaged left one out of habit or perhaps penance. He pressed play. Silence. Then the low hiss of blank tape, followed by clarity. Surprisingly good fidelity, actually. Sound of seagulls, distant waves, the creak of timber, mundane coastal ambience. Then a voice, female, elderly, presumably Elspeth, talking about grocery lists, the price of fish, complaining about the damp. Minutes crawled by, filled with the unremarkable patina of a life lived quietly. Elias adjusted the levels, filtering out some of the background hum, his focus narrowing. He was about to fast forward when the voice cut off mid-sentence. Not a deliberate stop, but a sudden, jarring silence, as if the power had been abruptly severed. Then came the static. Not the gentle hiss of an empty track, but something denser, harsher. It had texture, layers. Beneath its abrasive surface, something else stirred. Faint sounds, like voices trapped behind a thick wall, whispering indistinctly. Elias leaned closer, straining to decipher them, forgetting for a moment that he was listening through an ear that often lied to him. He adjusted the EQ, trying to isolate the frequencies, but the whispers remained elusive, skittering at the very edge of perception. Were they even words, or just pareidolia of sound, his brain trying to impose order on chaos? And then it happened. The high-pitched whine of his tinnitus surged, sharp and piercing, overlaying the static from the tape. But it wasn't just overlaying. For a disorienting second, it felt like it harmonized with something within the recorded noise. A specific frequency in the static flaring in perfect, unnerving synchrony with the phantom sound in his head. He flinched, pulling the headphones away, his heart suddenly pounding. The silence of the room rushed back in, thick and heavy, yet the ghost whine persisted in his left ear, now subtly altered, carrying a faint, resonant echo of the tape's static. He sat there for a long time, the tape deck silent, the reel unmoving. The sounds he'd heard, the abrupt silence, the textured static, the impossible whispers, the chilling synchronicity with his own damaged hearing. It felt wrong, deeply wrong. He looked at the tape machine, then at the box filled with its silent siblings. What had his great aunt been recording out here, on this bleak, forgotten coast? The mundane chatter felt like a deliberate misdirection, a placid surface concealing unknown depths. The foghorn moaned again outside, a sound of profound loneliness. Elias touched his ear once more. The phantom whine continued its insidious song, but now it felt less like an internal malfunction and more like an external frequency had found its way in. A faint, static-laced echo clinging to the silence. An echo from the tape. Sleep offered little respite. Elias woke often through the night, the phantom static in his ear pulsing in time with the distant rhythmic crash of waves against unseen shores. The silence of the cottage felt suffocating, pressing in on him, amplifying the internal whine that had taken on a new, unsettling resonance since listening to Elspeth's tape. Morning brought no sun, only a slight thinning of the perpetual grey shroud, revealing Maris Hollow in gradients of slate and charcoal. He couldn't stay inside, couldn't sit surrounded by the dead woman's belongings and the silent accusation of those other tapes stacked in their box. He needed air, context, a sense of the place that had birthed such strange recordings. He needed to walk the whispering coastline. He stepped out into the damp embrace of the fog. It swirled around him, muffling sounds, distorting distances. The narrow, cobbled streets twisted away from the harbor, lined with houses that seemed to lean together for support, their salt-bleached facades bearing the scars of countless storms. Netting lay draped over low walls like captured shrouds, and the sharp, brine-laced air carried the faint underlying scent of gutted fish. Few people were about, and those who were offered only fleeting, guarded glances before turning away. their faces etched with a kind of ingrained weariness, as if perpetually bracing against a harsh wind, even when the air was still. Elias felt like an intruder, his presence a dissonant note in the town's melancholic symphony. The feeling wasn't entirely unwelcome. It mirrored the isolation he'd cultivated since the accident. But here it felt imposed, collective. His vague searching led him to a small, unassuming building tucked between a chandlery and a boarded-up storefront. A weathered wooden sign swinging slightly in the damp breeze read, "Maris Hollow Historical Archive and Reading Room. Inquire within." Hope, or perhaps just a need for distraction, flickered within him. He pushed open the heavy door, a small bell tinkling somewhere in the depths, announcing his arrival into a space thick with the scent of aging paper, dust, and lemon oil. Bookshelves lined the walls, crammed with volumes bound in faded cloth and leather. Glass display cases held maritime artifacts, corroded brass instruments, fragments of scrimshaw, sepia-toned photographs of stern-faced fishermen and their severe-looking wives. Behind a large, cluttered desk sat a woman who seemed as much a fixture of the place as the dusty exhibits. Late 60s, perhaps, with sharp, intelligent eyes behind wire-rimmed spectacles that seemed to magnify her scrutiny. Her grey hair was pulled back severely, emphasizing the strong lines of her face. She looked up as he entered, her expression neutral but appraising. "Can I help you?" Her voice was steady, low-pitched, with the same local cadence he'd heard faintly on Elspeth's tape. "Yes, hello. I'm Elias Thorne. My great-aunt, Elspeth Holloway, used to live here. I've inherited her cottage." He felt the need to explain his presence, to offer credentials. The woman's gaze didn't soften, but a flicker of recognition crossed her features. "Ah, Elspeth's relation. I'm Lena Petrova, the archivist here. A sad loss. She kept to herself mostly. These last few years." Lena gestured vaguely towards a chair opposite the desk. "Are you planning on staying long, Mr. Thorne?" "Just settling her affairs," Elias replied, taking the offered seat. The wood groaned under his weight. "I was hoping to learn a little more about the town's history. Elspeth didn't speak much of it, in her letters at least." Lena launched into a well-rehearsed overview, the fishing booms and busts, the notable storms that had reshaped the coastline, the families who had endured for generations. She spoke of resilience, hardship, the unforgiving nature of the sea. It was informative, delivered with a dry precision, yet Elias sensed a careful curation, a narrative polished smooth with deliberate omissions. He waited for a pause, then steered the conversation gently. "Were there any unusual events? Significant losses of life beyond the typical dangers of the sea, perhaps involving groups of people?" Lena's fingers stilled on the cover of a ledger she'd been adjusting. Her eyes met his, sharp and suddenly wary. "The sea takes its toll, Mr. Thorne. Always has. Maris Hollow has had its share of tragedies, like any coastal town. Storms don't discriminate. Boats are lost. Lives are lost. It's the price of living. Here." Her tone was perfectly even, yet it felt like a carefully constructed wall. "I found some old audio recordings amongst Elspeth's things," Elias pressed carefully, watching her reaction. "Some parts are unclear, static-filled, but they seem old. I wondered if they might have historical significance." Lena's expression tightened almost imperceptibly. Elspeth had her hobbies, liked listening to the shipping forecast, I believe. "Old tapes degrade, Mr. Thorne. Sound quality fades. Static is just noise. The past is often noisy, fragmented. Trying to piece it together can lead one astray." She picked up a pen, her posture signaling the end of the conversation. "If you're interested in fishing records or property deeds, I can assist, but personal recordings, that's hardly the purview of this archive." He thanked her and left, the bell tinkling behind him like a final, dismissive punctuation mark. Outside, the fog felt heavier, colder. Lena's defensiveness was palpable. She knew something, or suspected something, about those tapes, about Elspeth, about the questions he hadn't quite dared to ask. As he walked back towards the harbour lanes, his gaze was drawn upwards, towards the cliffs overlooking the town. There, perched precariously close to the edge, stood the church. Its stone walls were dark with sea spray and time, streaked with grime, a Gothic sentinel brooding over the huddled houses below. Its spire pierced the fog like a skeletal finger pointing towards the bruised sky. He hadn't met the priest yet, but seeing the church now after his conversation with Lena filled him with a new sense of foreboding. It looked less like a house of solace and more like a repository of secrets, ancient and weathered as the cliffs it clung to. Back in the oppressive silence of the cottage, the encounter with Lena replayed in his mind. Her careful evasions felt less like protecting privacy and more like guarding a wound, the urge to understand, to uncover what lay beneath. The static and the town's placid surface grew stronger, overriding his initial weariness. He felt the familiar pull towards the tapes, a moth to a flickering, dangerous flame. He chose another reel, threaded it with hands that felt slightly unsteady. He needed to know if the first tape was an anomaly. He pressed play. This time, after the initial hiss, music emerged. Choral music. It was clearer than the whispers on the first tape, though still marred by intermittent noise. The melody was achingly beautiful, hauntingly melancholic, sung by what sounded like a small choir. Male and female voices intertwined in complex, sorrowful harmonies that seemed to speak of loss, of vast grey seas and eternal waiting. It resonated deep within him, stirring emotions he couldn't name. But then, beneath the sad beauty of the voices, another sound intruded, faint at first, then growing more distinct. A rhythmic pulse, a deep, resonant thrumming, interwoven with a sound like dragging static or perhaps water pressure building. It wasn't random noise, it had a pattern, a deliberate cadence that felt alien and deeply unsettling against the human voices of the choir. It was the same rhythmic quality he thought he'd detected on the first tape, now clearer, more defined. It felt purposeful, malevolent. The beautiful, sad music continued, seemingly unaware of the darkness gathering beneath it. Elias listened, frozen, the hairs on his arms standing on end. The choir sang of sorrow, but the rhythm beneath spoke of something else entirely, something waiting, something hungry. The world outside the grimy windows ceased to exist. Fog could press against the glass, the sea could sigh and roar, the town could hold its breath in collective silence. But within the four walls of the cottage, Elias Thorne was adrift on an ocean of sound, magnetic tape, his only compass. Days bled into nights, marked only by the changing quality of the weak light filtering into the room where he hunched over his equipment. Sleep was brief, shallow, punctuated by the phantom hiss of static and the lingering melancholic cadence of the choral music he'd uncovered on the second tape. That fragment, more than the jarring silence or the indistinct whispers of the first, had become his obsession. He played it again and again, the reel-to-reel deck turning with hypnotic slowness. The voices, when they emerged from the tape's inherent noise floor, were heartbreakingly pure, weaving harmonies that spoke of immense oceanic sorrow. Yet beneath them, that insistent rhythmic pulse continued its counterpoint, the deep thrumming, the textured static like dragging chains or immense pressure shifts in abyssal depths. He worked meticulously, applying every technique he knew. Noise reduction algorithms, parametric equalization, spectral analysis. He isolated frequencies, trying to peel back the layers of sound, hoping to understand the relationship between the beautiful human lament and the invasive, unnatural rhythm. Was the interference environmental? A fault in Elspeth's recording equipment? Or was it deliberately part of the recording, a sinister accompaniment to the hymn? His focus narrowed, shifting back to the almost subliminal whispers buried in the EO static of the first tape. He looped the short, frustrating segment, pushing the gain, straining his good ear, then switching headphones to favor the damaged left one, hoping its altered perception might somehow catch a different resonance. He applied aggressive filters, carving away frequencies, risking damage to the original signal in his desperation to uncover meaning. Sweat beaded on his forehead. The work was intricate, demanding absolute concentration, a familiar state that usually brought him a sense of control, of mastery over the chaotic world of sound. But here, control felt illusory. The sounds resisted categorization, shifting like water, hinting at meaning only to dissolve back into noise when he tried to grasp them. Then a breakthrough of sorts, through a narrow band filter, amplifying a specific mid-range frequency where the whispers seemed most active. He caught it. Not a word, not clearly, but a fragment, an inflection, a drawn-out vowel sound heavy with what felt like despair. It was undeniably human, yet distorted, stretched thin, as if spoken through water or immense distance. An ah sound, perhaps, trailing off into a sigh that merged seamlessly back into the static. It was gone in an instant, but the echo of it remained, chillingly intimate. Someone had been there on the other side of the recording, their voice captured, trapped within the magnetic particles, trapped with whatever else was making those other sounds. The knowledge settled deep in his gut, cold and heavy. He needed a break. The air in the cottage felt thick, recycled, tasting of dust and ozone from the equipment. His head throbbed, the constant tinnitus whine amplified by hours spent wearing headphones. He pushed himself away from the table, the legs of the chair scraping harshly against the floorboards. Outside, the fog had lifted slightly, revealing a low, grey sky that seemed to press down on the slate roofs of Maris Hollow. He walked aimlessly, needing movement, needing the sting of cold, damp air on his face. His path inevitably led him uphill towards the brooding presence of the church on the cliffs. He saw him then, standing near the low stone wall that separated the small, windswept churchyard from the cliff edge. A young man, younger than Elias had expected, dressed in the black clerical clothing that seemed almost too stark against the muted landscape. He was staring out towards the grey expanse of the sea, his shoulders slumped slightly, a figure of solitary contemplation. As Elias drew nearer, the priest turned, startled, his eyes, surprisingly young, troubled, widening slightly before settling into a guarded politeness. "Hello," the priest said, his voice soft, carrying easily in the quiet air. "You must be Mr. Thorne, Elspeth's nephew?" Word traveled fast in a place like this. Great-nephew, actually, Elias Thorne. Elias offered a hand, which the priest took briefly. His grip was cool, slightly clammy. "Just Elias." "Father Michael," the priest replied. "Welcome to Maris Hollow, though I suppose circumstances could be better." He gestured vaguely towards the churchyard, where weathered headstones tilted at odd angles, worn smooth by wind and salt. "A quiet place." "It is," Elias agreed. He hesitated, unsure how much to say, Lena Petrova's evasiveness still fresh in his mind. "My great-aunt. She lived here a long time. I'm finding she had interests I never knew about. Old recordings, things like that." He watched Father Michael's face carefully. A flicker of something, unease, perhaps recognition, crossed the priest's features before being quickly masked. "Ah, yes, Elspeth enjoyed her privacy. The sea provides much solitude for contemplation." He seemed to choose his words with care. His gaze drifted back towards the churning grey water below the cliffs. Some find solace in it. Others find other things. He offered a strange smile that didn't reach his eyes. If you need anything while you're settling things, please don't hesitate to ask. The church doors are usually open. The invitation felt more like a dismissal, a polite closing of ranks. Elias murmured his thanks and continued his walk, leaving Father Michael to his troubled seaside vigil. The encounter left him feeling more unsettled than before. The priest's youth seemed at odds with the ancient weight that seemed to hang over the town, and his palpable discomfort when Elspeth's recordings were mentioned was telling. He wasn't just guarding parishioner privacy. He seemed genuinely disturbed. What did the young priest know or fear about the sounds trapped on those tapes? Returning to the cottage felt like retreating into the heart of the mystery. The brief walk had cleared his head slightly, but the human contact, strained as it was, only amplified the alien nature of the sounds he was exhuming. He sat back down at his workbench, the tape reels like silent, waiting mouths. He rewound. The choral tape, needing to hear again that strange juxtaposition of human sorrow and rhythmic intrusion. He worked late, long after the grey afternoon had faded into an impenetrable coastal night. The only light came from his desk lamp pooling on the equipment, throwing the rest of the room into deep shadow. He was adjusting the tape speed minutely, trying to discern pitch variations in the rhythmic static when he paused the playback, lifting the headphones to rub his tired eyes. The room was utterly silent. No traffic, no neighbors, only the low moan of the wind around the eaves and the distant hypnotic rhythm of the waves. And then, cutting through the silence, clear as a struck bell, he heard it. A single, pure choral note, soprano, high and unwavering, imbued with the same profound sadness as the voices on the tape. It hung in the air of the cottage for perhaps 2 seconds, impossibly real, before fading into nothingness. Elias froze, his breath caught in his throat. His eyes darted around the shadowed room. He checked the tape deck, paused, checked the Wii. Amplifier powered on, but silent. He ripped the headphones off completely. Silence. Only the wind, the sea, and the insistent, familiar whine of the tinnitus in his left ear. But the note, it hadn't been the tinnitus. It had been richer, purer, located distinctly outside his head, somewhere near the center of the room. He stood up slowly, his heart hammering against his ribs. Had he imagined it? Was the lack of sleep, the obsessive focus, finally making his mind play tricks on him? Or had something from the tape followed him out? He strained his hearing, listening into the oppressive quiet, but heard nothing more. Yet the echo of that impossible note lingered, a perfect chilling resonance in the heavy air. The line had been crossed. He wasn't just listening to the past anymore. The past, it seemed, was starting to listen back. The impossible choral note, brief as it was, had irrevocably shifted something within Elias. The clear, bell-like tone lingered in his auditory memory, a perfect, chilling pitch against the constant, messy static of his tinnitus. It defied the explanation of tired ears or an overactive imagination. It had felt external, real. Faced with the undeniable strangeness of it, a part of him craved rational anchors, solid facts to moor himself against the rising tide of unease. He needed proof, documentation, something concrete to either validate or debunk the unsettling feelings coalescing around his great-aunt's tapes and this fog-bound town. He found himself drawn back, inevitably, to the musty silence of the Maris Hollow Historical Archive. He arrived shortly after Lena Petrova opened for the day, the small bell announcing his presence like a summons. She looked up from her ledgers, her expression unchanged, neutral, observant, perhaps faintly disapproving. Elias offered a polite nod and bypassed the desk, heading straight for the shelves containing town records, old newspapers bound in heavy volumes, and dusty census logs. He needed to see the town's history laid out in black and white, to search for discrepancies, for hints of the unspoken, for any mention of a choir that vanished or rituals whispered on the wind. He immersed himself in the dry rustle of brittle paper, the faint scent of decaying glue and forgotten ink. Hours blurred. He scanned lists of births, deaths, marriages. He read accounts of fishing yields, council meetings, storm warnings. The official narrative of Maris Hollow was one of stoic endurance, of lives governed by the rhythm of the tides and the whims of the weather. Tragedies were recorded with stark brevity. Lost at sea, succumbed to illness, fishing accident. There were periods of hardship, particularly one brutal winter several decades ago, that coincided with the dates penciled onto some of Elspeth's tape boxes. Reports spoke of relentless storms, boats smashed in the harbor, nets torn away, a community brought to its knees by the relentless Atlantic fury. But there was nothing specific about a choir, nothing about mass disappearances beyond the expected toll of such a season, nothing about pacts or sea entities. The town's documented memory was scrubbed clean, featureless as a sea-worn stone. Lena remained at her desk, ostensibly occupied, but Elias felt her awareness of him, a silent, steady pressure. When he occasionally asked a clarifying question about a specific date, a family name, her answers were concise, factual, and utterly unhelpful in guiding him towards the shadows he sensed lurking just beyond the documented lines. She spoke of the harshness of life on the coast, the unreliability of memory, the tendency for folklore to embellish mundane tragedies. "People need stories to make sense of loss, Mr. Thorne," she'd said, her gaze sharp over the rim of her spectacles. "Especially here. The sea leaves so much unanswered. We fill the silence with tales." It felt like another warning, another carefully constructed diversion. Frustration gnawed at him. The silence of the records felt louder, more deliberate than the whispers on the tapes. He left the archive near midday, stepping back out into the grey light, the scent of salt sharp in his nostrils. He needed to walk, to think. His feet carried him, as if by instinct, towards the harbour, towards the sound and smell of the sea itself. The tide was out, revealing stretches of slick, dark sand, littered with seaweed and debris. Fishing boats bobbed listlessly on the grey water, their engines silent. Near the weathered pilings of an old jetty, a figure sat alone on an overturned crate, patiently mending a large fishing net, his hands moving with a slow, practiced rhythm. Elias recognized him from his brief exploration. Earlier, the old fisherman Lena had vaguely alluded to, Silas Croft. His face was a road map of deep etched lines carved by sun and sea spray. His eyes, pale and startlingly clear, seemed fixed on the far horizon, even as his gnarled fingers worked the thick twine. Elias approached slowly, hesitant to intrude, but driven by a need for answers the archive couldn't provide. "Excuse me," Elias began. "Are you Silas Croft?" The old man didn't look up immediately, his fingers continuing their intricate dance with the needle and thread. After a moment, he grunted, a sound like stones rolling together. "Might be. Who's asking?" "Elias Thorne, Elspeth Holloway's great-nephew." Silas finally paused, his pale eyes shifting to study Elias. There was no welcome in his gaze, only a deep, assessing neutrality. Heard she'd passed. Heard someone from away was taking the cottage. He spat onto the damp sand beside him. "Place has seen better days. I'm just settling her affairs," Elias said, repeating the now familiar phrase. "I was hoping you might know something about the town's history, specifically about a bad storm season, maybe 40, 50 years ago." Silas squinted towards the sea, a faraway look in his eyes. Storms come, storms go. Sea gives, sea takes. Ain't much else to it. Some tapes my great-aunt left behind. They have strange sounds on them, voices, music, from around that time, I think. I wondered if anything unusual happened then, something people might not talk about openly. The old fisherman set his mending aside slowly. He looked directly at Elias, his gaze disconcertingly intense. Unusual. He gave a short, harsh laugh that didn't hold any humor. Depends what you call unusual, city boy. This coast, she sings. Always singing. Sad songs, mostly. Songs about what she takes, what she keeps. He gestured towards the water, with a jut of his chin. Some folks try to listen too close. Think they can understand the tune, learn the words. He picked up his needle again, his attention seemingly returning to the net. But his next words were low, deliberate. Water's got a long memory, son. Holds echoes. Best not to stir 'em up. Best not to listen to what ain't meant for your ears. His cryptic words hung in the air, heavy with implication. It wasn't information, but it was confirmation of a sort. Confirmation that there were things unspoken, echoes deliberately ignored. Silas knew more, Elias was certain, but wouldn't say it directly. Defeated for the moment, Elias thanked him and turned back towards the oppressive silence of the cottage. The encounter left him feeling adrift, caught between the sterile silence of official history and the unsettling metaphors of the old fisherman. Back inside, the air felt stale, charged with unanswered questions. Silas's words about echoes, about listening too closely, resonated uncomfortably, amplifying the memory of the choral note, the phantom static. Elias felt a familiar weight settle in his chest, the suffocating pressure of his own unresolved guilt. Arthur's face flashed in his mind. The surprise, the pain, the shattering sound that had bifurcated Elias's life into before and after. The sounds of suffering he hadn't prevented then seemed to find an echo in the cryptic warnings and the strange recordings filling this inherited space. Was he drawn to these tapes because they mirrored his own internal landscape of damage and loss? He felt compelled to listen again, needing to confront the sounds, perhaps to find some pattern, some clue Silas or Lena wouldn't give him. He selected another tape, its box marked only with a faded water-stained date from the same period as the bad storms. He threaded it, took a deep breath, and pressed play. This time there was no music, no ambient sound, only static. A thick, cloying static, different from the others, almost viscous. And within it, faint but undeniable, was a sound that made his blood run cold. Breathing, ragged, shallow, desperate breaths, as if someone was struggling for air in a confined space. Beneath the breathing, almost masked by the static, was another sound, a low, rhythmic sobbing, choked off, utterly desolate. Elias sat rigid, the headphones clamped tight against his ears. This wasn't like the whispers, elusive and fragmented. This felt immediate, visceral, the sound of raw suffering, stripped bare. It went on and on, the desperate cycle of breath and suppressed weeping, trapped in an endless loop on the decaying tape. He listened, unable to turn away, the sounds resonating with the guilt coiling in his own stomach. The memory of Arthur's pained gasps in the hospital, the quiet weeping of Arthur's wife, sounds he'd tried so hard to forget, seemed to bleed into the recording, blurring the past and present. The tapes captured agony and his own enduring shame. The salt-laced silence of Maris Hollow outside the window suddenly felt profound, not peaceful, but like the stifling quiet that follows a terrible, unacknowledged wound. A wound that perhaps had never truly healed. The sound of ragged breathing clung to Elias long after he'd ripped the headphones off, long after the tape machine had spun to silence. It echoed in the hollow spaces of the cottage, a phantom respiration overlaying the sigh of the wind, the distant crash of waves. Sleep, when it finally came, was a tormented landscape of shallow gasps and the rhythmic, choked sobbing he'd heard on the tape. He surfaced hours later, feeling unrested, frayed, the world perceived through a gauze of fatigue and lingering dread. The raw, intimate suffering captured on that reel felt like a violation, both of the person recorded and of himself, the unwilling listener. It demanded context, explanation, something more than Silas Croft's cryptic warnings about the sea's memory. He found himself drawn back to the archive, not with the clear-headed hope for factual discovery he'd felt before, but with a gnawing unease, a need to understand the official silence surrounding the period his tapes seemed to chronicle. He needed to hear the town story, even if he suspected it was a carefully edited version. Lena Petrova was there, of course, a permanent knee fixture amidst the accumulated dust and memories. This time, Elias feigned a more detached curiosity, mentioning the age of the tapes, the poor quality, asking if any local initiatives existed to preserve old audio recordings from that era, framing it as a technical challenge rather than a personal quest. Lena observed him, her sharp eyes missing nothing. Perhaps she sensed the shift in his approach, the desperation underlying his casual tone. Perhaps she decided that feeding him a version of the story, her version, was the best way to control the narrative, to prevent him from digging deeper into more dangerous territory. She sighed, a sound like dust settling on old books, and finally lowered her guard just slightly. "You mentioned the storm season decades ago," she began, her voice taking on a practiced, solemn cadence. "It was a terrible time for Maris Hollow. The worst in living memory, some say. Whole families lost boats, livelihoods. The sea was angry." She paused, letting the weight of the word hang in the air. There was a group back then, mostly from the church congregation. They called themselves the Maris Hollow Choir, not formally. Trained, you understand, just people who loved to sing the old hymns. Comforted folks, they did. During that awful winter, with the storms raging day after day, well, the story goes they went out during a particularly bad blow. Some say they sought shelter in the sea caves down by the point. Others say they were singing hymns on the cliff path, trying to placate the storm with music. Her expression was carefully neutral, sympathetic. They were never seen again, all of them, vanished without a trace. The sea took them, like it took so many others. She gestured vaguely towards the window, towards the grey, indifferent sky. People started calling them the salt-stained choir afterwards. A sad tale, a reminder of how quickly the sea can claim its own. Elias listened intently, absorbing the carefully constructed narrative. It was plausible, tragic. It fit the melancholic atmosphere of the town, but it felt incomplete, sanitized. It didn't account for the rhythmic pulse beneath the music on the second tape, nor the terrified breathing and weeping on the fourth. It didn't explain the oppressive static, the whispers, the chilling synchronicity with his own tinnitus, or the pure, impossible note he'd heard in the cottage. Lena's story was a neat, sorrowful package, tied up with the ribbon of maritime tragedy designed to satisfy curiosity and discourage further questions. It was the silence Silas had warned him about, given shape and voice. "That's terrible," Elias murmured, keeping his skepticism hidden. "Thank you for sharing that, Lena. It helps put things in perspective." She gave him a tight, satisfied nod, turning back to her ledgers. The conversation clearly concluded. That night, the legend infiltrated his dreams. He stood on a precipice overlooking a churning black sea shrouded in impenetrable fog. The air vibrated with sound, the mournful voices of the salt-stained choir singing their tidewater hymns, but the melody was warped, dissonant, interwoven, with the harsh rhythmic static that felt like the grinding teeth of some immense unseen machine beneath the waves. Ragged breathing echoed around him, seeming to come from the fog itself. He felt water closing over his head, the pressure building in his ears, intensifying his tinnitus into a deafening shriek. Whispers swirled in the underwater current, indistinct, syllables that brushed against his skin, sometimes sounding like his name, sometimes like Arthur's, sometimes like warnings he couldn't decipher. He woke with a gasp, tangled in damp sheets, his heart pounding a frantic rhythm against his ribs. The dream clung to him, vivid and deeply unsettling, blurring the lines between the tapes, Lena's legend, his own guilt, and some deeper, unnamed dread. He couldn't stay in bed. The cottage felt charged, expectant. He needed to anchor himself to return to the tangible evidence, however disturbing. Driven by a compulsion he no longer questioned, he went to the box of tapes. His hand bypassed, the reels marked with dates or initials, settling on one that felt different. Its box was plain, slightly smaller, and bore no markings except what looked like a faint childish drawing etched into the cardboard, a crude circle perhaps, or an eye. With trembling hands, he threaded the tape. He hesitated before pressing play. A cold knot tightening in his stomach. What new horror lay dormant on this magnetic strip? The initial sound was surprisingly clear, intimate. A child's voice, soft and hesitant, humming. The melody was unmistakable, the same haunting, melancholic tune sung by the choir on the second tape. The innocence of the sound, the vulnerability in the hesitant notes, was deeply affecting. It painted a picture, a child, perhaps Elspeth herself years ago, or someone else entirely, caught in a moment of quiet contemplation, humming a familiar, sad hymn. Elias found himself holding his breath, listening to the simple, pure sound. Then it happened. Abruptly, violently, the humming cut off mid-note. It wasn't a pause, not a stop. It was an interruption, brutal and absolute. In its place, erupting from the tape, came a noise that clawed its way directly into Elias's hindbrain. A harsh, grating, tearing sound. It was complex, layered, like stone grinding against stone, like rusted metal shearing under immense pressure, but also horribly, sickeningly organic, like the tearing of thick fabric or something worse. It lasted only a few seconds, followed by dead, shocking silence on the tape. Elias ripped the headphones off, gagging, a cold sweat breaking out over his entire body. The contrast, the violation of that innocent humming shattered by such visceral mechanical violence, was obscene. The sound reverberated in his skull, momentarily drowning out even his tinnitus. This tape, more than any other, demolished Lena Petrova's gentle narrative of a choir lost to a storm. Storms didn't make sounds like that. This was something else. Something deliberate. Something monstrous. The child's humming, silenced so brutally. The implication was unthinkable. He stared at the silent, turning reels. The silence in the room now feeling not empty, but pregnant with the echo of that horrific, grating tear. The legend was a lie. A thin coat of salt hiding something putrid and deeply broken beneath. The grating, tearing sound from the last tape became a permanent fixture in Elias's auditory landscape, a jagged edge beneath the persistent whine of his tinnitus. It scraped against his nerves, making the oppressive quiet of the cottage unbearable. He couldn't sit still, couldn't focus on the meticulous work of restoration. The child's humming, so brutally silenced, echoed with the sounds of his own past failures, the moments where his attention had lapsed, leading to disaster. The cottage felt less like a refuge and more like a containment cell, trapping him with the ghosts on the magnetic tape and the accusing specters of his own memory. He felt a desperate, illogical pull outwards, towards the raw edge of the land, towards the sea. Specifically towards the place Silas Croft had mentioned with such grim reverence, the cluster of sea caves known locally as the Tide Mother's Throat. He didn't know what he hoped to find there. Confirmation? Confrontation? Perhaps just a physical space onto which he could project the formless dread coalescing within him. He pulled on his coat, the damp chill of it offering no comfort, and stepped out into the swirling grey embrace of Maris Hollow's signature fog. It was thicker today, pressing close, reducing visibility to mere yards, muffling the already subdued sounds of the town into near silence. Only the mournful call of a distant foghorn and the pervasive, underlying sigh of the unseen ocean penetrated the blanket. His footsteps on the wet cobblestones seemed unnaturally loud in the stillness, drawing glances from the few figures who materialized briefly out of the mist, like apparitions, before dissolving back into it. Each glance felt heavy with unspoken knowledge, with the collective weight of the town's guarded secrets. Or was that just his own escalating paranoia painting suspicion onto indifferent faces? He followed the winding path that led away from the harbor, climbing gradually towards the cliffs. The air grew colder, tasting sharply of salt and damp earth. The muffled roar of the waves grew louder, a constant rhythmic battery against the base of the unseen cliffs below. He passed the brooding silhouette of the church, its spire swallowed by the fog, looking more than ever like a monument to forgotten sorrows. Father Michael was nowhere in sight. Elias pressed on, the path narrowing, becoming rougher underfoot, flanked by gorse and sea-stunted trees that clawed at the mist with skeletal branches. The sense of isolation intensified, the fog closing in behind him, cutting him off from the town, leaving him alone with the elements and the growing turmoil within his own head. He reached the clifftop area near the caves. The path dipped downwards here, leading towards a jagged gash in the rock face, the entrance shrouded in swirling vapor. The roar of the sea was immense, echoing, amplified by the unseen rock walls. Even yards away from the opening, he could feel the spray, cold and sharp against his skin, could smell the raw, primal scent of brine, kelp, and wet stone. This place felt ancient, raw, profoundly indifferent to human concerns. Tide Mother's Throat. The name itself felt like a warning, evoking images of drowning, consumption, a passage into darkness. He didn't dare approach the entrance itself, not yet. He stayed back, near the cliff edge, peering into the shifting grey void where the cave mouth lay hidden. It was here, standing on this precarious threshold between land and sea, between the known and the unknown, that the sounds intensified. His tinnitus surged, no longer just a simple whine, but a complex layered field of noise. High-frequency screeches tore through it, mirroring the cries of distant gulls, while lower frequencies pulsed in rhythm with the crashing waves, unnervingly, similar to the deep thrumming he'd heard beneath the choir music. The static from the tapes seemed to bleed into the air itself, crackling at the edges of his hearing, a sound like tearing silk or crushed shells. He squeezed his eyes shut, pressing the heels of his palms against his ears, trying to isolate the internal from the external, but it was impossible. The sounds merged, became indistinguishable, a chaotic symphony played just for him, orchestrated by the fog, the sea, and the damaged wiring of his own auditory system. Or was it? The feeling of being watched was overwhelming now, a prickling sensation on his skin, a certainty that unseen eyes observed him from the mist-shrouded entrance to the caves, from the grey turbulence of the water below. He opened his eyes, forcing himself to look, to confront the source of his dread. He stared hard into the thick, swirling fog that concealed the cave mouth, and he saw them, or thought he did. Fleeting movements in the grey, darker patches that seemed to coalesce for a split second into indistinct forms. Tall, stooped shapes, hunched figures, things that shifted and swayed with the movement of the mist itself. They were there, just at the periphery of his vision, dissolving the instant he tried to focus on them, leaving only the swirling vapor and the pounding doubt in his own mind. Were they tricks of the light, shadows cast by unseen rocks, projections of his own fear? Or were they phantoms on the shore, the salt-stained choir perhaps, lingering specters bound to this desolate place? He couldn't be sure. The ambiguity was its own kind of terror. He stumbled back from the cliff edge, his heart hammering, the ragged breathing from the tape echoing in his ears. He turned and fled, scrambling back up the path, not stopping until the roar of the caves faded slightly behind him, replaced by the muffling silence of the upper fog banks. The feeling of being watched lingered, a cold presence clinging to his back. He almost ran the last stretch back to the cottage, fumbling with the key, needing the flimsy security of its four walls, despite the ghosts they already contained. Inside, the silence felt different, charged, thin, easily broken. He stood in the center of the room, breathing heavily, the encounter on the cliffs replaying in his mind. The overwhelming sounds, the feeling of presence, the fleeting shapes in the fog. He needed confirmation. He needed the tapes to speak again, to offer some fragment of understanding, however terrible. His gaze fell upon the box, upon a reel housed in a plain cardboard sleeve, marked only with a small, hand-drawn spiral, like a whirlpool or a nautilus shell. His hands shook as he threaded it onto the deck. This tape was heavily damaged. Long stretches were consumed by loud, roaring static, like the sound of the sea amplified 1,000 times, threatening to overwhelm the equipment. Elias patiently worked the controls, adjusting levels, scanning back and forth, listening intently through the noise. He almost gave up, dismissing it as unusable, just noise and decay. But then, nestled within a brief lull in the roaring static, he caught it. A whisper, sibilant, cold, devoid of inflection or gender, it seemed to cut through the noise with unnatural clarity, bypassing his ears and embedding itself directly into his consciousness. Just 3 words, repeated twice, chillingly distinct against the oceanic roar, "She waits beneath, she waits beneath." Elias froze, his blood turning to ice water. She. The pronoun hung in the air, heavy with menace. Lena hadn't mentioned a she. Her legend spoke only of the storm, the sea's impersonal wrath. But Silas had hinted at something more, and Father Michael had spoken of the Tide Mother. She, the entity tied to this place, to the choir's fate, to the pact the town desperately tried to forget. The whisper confirmed it. There was a consciousness here, a presence dwelling in the depths, connected to the caves, to the sea. And it was waiting. The shapes in the fog, the oppressive atmosphere, the sounds on the tapes, they weren't just echoes, they were emanations. And the waiting, Elias suspected with a sickening lurch in his stomach, might almost be over. She waits beneath. The whisper echoed not in Elias's ears, but in the chambers of his mind, cold and persistent. It was a fixed point in the swirling chaos of static, fleeting shapes and fragmented sounds. A conscious entity, waiting. The knowledge solidified his resolve, hardening the edges of his fear into a desperate need for clarity. Lena Petrova's carefully curated legend was a comforting lie. Silas Croft's cryptic pronouncements offered only riddles wrapped in sea fog. That left Father Michael, the young priest, struggling visibly with his faith and his fear on the edge of this haunted coastline, seemed the only remaining avenue towards something resembling truth, however fragmented or terrifying it might be. Elias had to speak with him again, had to press past the polite evasions and confront the fear he'd seen lurking in the priest's troubled eyes. He left the oppressive silence of the cottage, the weight of the waiting tapes momentarily left behind, and walked purposefully towards the cliffs. The church loomed out of the persistent grey, its stone silhouette stark against the sky, seeming to absorb the weak daylight rather than reflect it. The wind whistling around its spire sounded less like a natural phenomenon and more like a drawn-out, sibilant whisper, carrying fragments of sound from the restless sea below. Sounds that Elias's over-attuned ears now interpreted as calls, summons, echoes of the impossible sounds trapped on Elspeth's tapes. The path felt steeper today, the climb more arduous, as if the very ground resisted his approach towards the town's spiritual heart. The heavy oak door groaned open under his hand, admitting him into a space that felt colder than the air outside. The interior of the church was vast, echoing, and profoundly neglected. The air hung thick with the smell of damp stone, decaying hymnals, mildew, and the faint, ghostly aroma of cold incense. Water stains bloomed like dark continents across the plaster ceiling high above, and streaks ran down the walls, originating far above the reach of any simple leak. Patches of paint had peeled away, revealing crumbling mortar beneath. Dust motes swam lazily in the thin shafts of light piercing the stained glass windows, their colors muted and grim under the perpetually overcast sky. It felt less like a house of God and more like a vessel slowly succumbing to the elements, a sanctuary losing its battle against an encroaching, indifferent tide. Elias found Father Michael kneeling at the altar rail, his back to the nave, head bowed. His black cassock seemed to absorb the gloom around him, making him appear diminished, almost lost in the cavernous space. Elias hesitated, unwilling to intrude, but his need for answers outweighed his politeness. He cleared his throat softly. The sound echoed unnaturally in the stillness. Father Michael started, turning quickly, his face pale, his eyes wide with a nervousness that seemed perpetually simmering just beneath the surface. Seeing Elias, his expression shifted to one of weary resignation, mixed with a renewed flicker of anxiety. "Mr. Thorne," he said, rising slowly, his voice barely more than a whisper, yet carrying in the resonant silence. "I didn't expect... Is everything all right?" "I need to talk to you, Father," Elias said, keeping his own voice low but firm. He walked down the central aisle, his footsteps echoing on the worn flagstones. "About the things we discussed, about the town's history, about the tapes my great-aunt left." Father Michael wrung his hands, avoiding Elias's gaze, looking instead towards the stained glass depiction of a sorrowful saint overlooking the altar. "Mr. Thorne, I told you, it's mostly folklore, tragic history embellished over time. This coast, it breeds superstition." "Folklore doesn't explain what I'm hearing on those tapes," Elias insisted, stopping a few feet from the priest. "The choir music, yes, but the other sounds, the static, the rhythm beneath it, the breathing, the weeping." He saw the priest flinch at the description. "And the whispers, Father." "I heard a whisper, clear as day. It said, 'She waits beneath.'" The color drained further from Father Michael's face. He crossed himself quickly, a gesture that seemed more reflexive than devout. "Don't," he breathed, his voice trembling slightly. "Don't repeat those words. Not here." "Who is she?" Elias pressed, sensing a crack in the priest's composure. "Lena. Petrova told me about the salt-stained choir, lost in a storm. But that's not the whole story, is it? Silas Croft hinted at more. He called the caves the Tide Mother's Throat. Is that who waits beneath?" Father Michael finally met Elias's eyes, his own filled with a turmoil that seemed almost unbearable. He looked trapped, caught between the dogma of his faith and the undeniable weight of local dread. "It's complicated," he stammered, glancing nervously towards the shadowed corners of the church. "There are stories, yes, very old stories. Things mentioned in parish records from centuries ago, couched in euphemisms, warnings against pagan beliefs and sea-borne temptations. And sometimes the things come up in confession." He swallowed hard. "Whispers about a pact, an agreement made by desperate people long ago during a time of terrible hardship like the storms you mentioned. An offering made to something in the sea, to appease its anger, to spare the town. The Tide Mother, Elias stated, the name feeling cold and sharp on his tongue. Father Michael nodded reluctantly, misery etched onto his young face. That's what the old stories call her, or it, an entity, a spirit, a power. I don't know what it is, Mr. Thorne. Perhaps it's just a personification of the sea's destructive power, a psychological manifestation of the town's fear and guilt. Perhaps it's something else, something genuinely ancient and dark. He shuddered. My predecessors, some of them seemed to believe it was real. Their journals contain oblique warnings, prayers for protection against that which slumbers in the deep. And the choir? Elias asked quietly. Were they part of this pact? Was their disappearance connected? The priest looked away again, twisting, a simple silver ring on his finger. The timing fits, he admitted hesitantly. The legends say the pact, whatever it was, demanded renewal. Or perhaps it was broken. People don't talk about it. They fear stirring things up. They carry the weight of it, the sorrow, in silence. His voice dropped lower, filled with genuine fear. Mr. Thorne, Elias, you must stop this. Listening to those tapes, digging into this, you're stirring things that should be left undisturbed. It's not safe. This isn't just history. It feels active. I can feel it in the air, in the town's mood. A darkness gathering. Leave it alone. For your own sake. Leave Maris Hollow. His warning was stark, devoid of platitudes, fueled by a terror that felt chillingly authentic. Elias felt a cold dread seep into him, mirroring the priest's fear. But the warning also acted as confirmation. The entity, the pact, the choir's fate, it was all connected. A hidden malignancy beneath the town's surface. As he murmured a non-committal thanks. Preparing to leave the priest to his anxieties, Elias's gaze swept across the interior of the church once more. He noticed it properly then. High on the stone walls, far above the floor level, were distinct water lines, stained, dark with age, and creeping up the thick stone pillars supporting the vaulted ceiling were patches of white crystalline efflorescence, salt, leached from the very stones by pervasive damp. The wood of the ancient pews felt warped and swollen beneath his hand as he passed them on his way out. The decay wasn't just neglect, it was invasion. The sea, or the entity the priest called the Tide Mother, wasn't just waiting beneath the waves. Its influence, its chilling, corrosive dampness, reached even here, into the heart of this failing sanctuary. Father Michael's fear was a contagion. Elias carried it back with him from the decaying church, a cold knot in his gut that tightened with every step towards the inherited cottage. Leave it alone, the priest had pleaded, his eyes wide with genuine terror. You're stirring things. But the warning had the opposite effect. Knowing now unequivocally that the town harbored a secret tied to a pact and an entity named the Tide Mother, knowing that the choir's vanishing was likely entangled in that darkness, it made turning back impossible. He hadn't just stumbled upon old recordings. He'd stumbled upon the edge of an abyss, and the whispers, the music, the static, were echoes rising from its depths. Leaving now felt like abandoning the trapped voices, like running away from the unanswered questions that resonated so deeply with the fractured silence within himself. The fear didn't drive him away. It drove him deeper in. He locked the cottage door behind him, the sound of the bolt sliding home feeling less like securing safety and more like sealing himself inside a tomb of sound and memory. The scattered tape boxes, the glinting reels, the impassive faces of his audio equipment seemed to watch him, waiting. A manic energy seized him, born of dread and a desperate, consuming need to understand. Sleep was forgotten. Food became an afterthought. Fuel consumed standing up, his eyes still fixed on the slowly turning reels or the glowing displays of his analysis software. The cottage transformed into an extension of his obsessive focus, wires snaking across the floor, schematics spread out amidst dust and empty coffee cups, the air thick with the low hum of electronics and the scent of hot vacuum tubes. This meticulous, all-consuming work was a familiar state, a refuge he'd retreated to after the accident. Back then, restoring damaged recordings, painstakingly splicing fractured narratives back together, had felt like a form of penance, an attempt to mend the broken soundscapes of the past, to atone for the sonic violence he felt responsible for. If he focused hard enough, if he was precise enough, maybe he could fix things, control the chaos, silence the echoes of the feedback shriek that had torn through the studio, the sound that preceded Arthur's injury, the sound that heralded the rupture in Elias's own hearing and life. Now, hunched over Elspeth's tapes, the ritual felt different, more desperate. He wasn't just restoring sound, he was exhuming secrets, piecing together fragments of terror, and the precision felt less like control and more like poking at a sleeping beast with a calibrated needle. His attention returned, again and again, to the tape containing the haunting choral music, the one underscored by that insistent rhythmic pulse. That sound, more than the whispers or the weeping, felt key. It was structured, deliberate, an invasive presence woven into the fabric of the recording. He digitized the cleanest segment he could find, looping it endlessly, watching the waveform flicker across his oscilloscope screen, a visual representation of the unsettling cadence. He ran spectral analyses, mapping the frequencies, trying to isolate the pulse from the underlying static and the choir's harmonies. Was it mechanical? The thrum of an engine, perhaps, from a boat caught in the storm? No. The frequency was too low, too resonant. Was it biological? A heartbeat, amplified, distorted? Possible, but it lacked the subtle variations of a living organism. It was unnervingly regular, yet possessed a strange organic texture, like the grinding of immense slow-moving gears made of coral and stone. As he worked, pushing the equipment and his own concentration to their limits, the sounds began to bleed into his reality in increasingly disturbing ways. The rhythmic pulse seemed to synchronize with the throbbing in his temples from lack of sleep. The layered static hissed from the corners of the room long after the tape machine was stopped. He started documenting these occurrences meticulously in a small notebook, noting time, duration, perceived location, trying to maintain a semblance of scientific detachment. 1:17 a.m. Faint choral note soprano, perceived near window, duration approx. 2 seconds, equipment off. 3:42 a.m. Rhythmic static pulse, low frequency, synchronized with tinnitus flare. Seems to emanate from floorboards. 4:58 a.m. Indistinct whispering, multi-voiced, perceived behind left shoulder, unable to isolate source. The act of writing it down felt both necessary and futile, like cataloguing the stages of his own dissolution. His guilt became a tangible presence in the room, amplifying the perceived suffering on the tapes. The faint, desperate breathing recorded on one reel evoked the sharp, pained gasps Arthur had made in the hospital bed, tubes snaking from his body. The child's humming, so brutally cut short, resonated with Elias's own lost sense of security, the life shattered by the accident. He saw Arthur's face superimposed on the spectral analysis display, heard his mentor's voice, kind and encouraging, twisted into the distorted whispers from the tapes. The boundaries were dissolving. The sound engineer's burden was no longer just the technical challenge of restoration, but the crushing emotional weight of the stories the sounds told, stories that mirrored his own narrative of failure and loss. He returned to the visualization of the rhythmic pulse, zooming in, comparing segments, applying filters to strip away extraneous noise. He slowed the playback dramatically, listening intently to the filtered signal, watching the corresponding waveform crawl across the screen. And then he saw it. Hidden within the seemingly steady rhythm, buried beneath layers of distortion and static, was a subtle but undeniable pattern. A recurring sequence of stressed and unstressed beats, variations in intensity, slight shifts in frequency. It wasn't just a monotonous pulse. It was structured, repetitive, like signaling. His breath hitched. He frantically cross-referenced it with other instances of the sound on different tapes. The pattern was consistent, though often fragmented or degraded. Short beats, long beats, pauses. A desperate, repeating sequence embedded within the larger, oppressive soundscape. It resembled Morse code, transmitted frantically, under immense duress, or perhaps something even more primal. A desperate rhythmic banging, a plea for help, hammered out against overwhelming odds, designed to cut through the noise. Elias stared at the screen. The glowing green lines forming a pattern that spoke not of machinery or natural phenomena, but of intention. Desperate, terrified intention. This wasn't just the sound of the event or the entity. It was a message from the event, a signal sent by someone trapped within it. The choir members, perhaps, in their final moments, trying to communicate, trying to warn, trying to cry out before they were silenced completely. The realization struck him with physical force, winding him, making his vision swim. The suffering wasn't just an echo. It was an active, failed transmission. He hadn't just been listening to ghosts. He'd been unknowingly analyzing their final, unanswered screams for help. Screams swallowed by the very darkness they described. The weight of his guilt intensified, crushing him. He wasn't just a passive listener anymore. He was a recipient of a message sent decades ago, a message that had finally, terrifyingly, found its audience. And the thought immediately following, cold and sharp as ice. If it was a signal, was the act of analyzing it, amplifying it, somehow completing the circuit? Was he just listening, or was he inadvertently signaling back? The pattern had become Elias's waking nightmare. The rhythmic static pulse, the desperate signal trapped within the noise. He heard it everywhere now. It was in the low hum of the ancient refrigerator compressor, kicking on and off in the small kitchen alcove. It echoed in the persistent drip of a leaky tap in the rusted sink. It rode the wind that moaned around the cottage eaves, tapping spectral fingers against the window panes. Sleep offered no escape. His dreams filled with frantic, coded messages he couldn't decipher, leaving him exhausted, wired, starting at every creak of the old house. His carefully maintained notebooks, meant to impose scientific order, were now filled with frantic scribbles, attempts to map the rhythm, variations on the pattern, question marks proliferating like weeds. Had he truly found a signal? Or was his tinnitus-ravaged mind, starved of sleep and steeped in the cottage's oppressive atmosphere, finally inventing meaning where none existed? The doubt gnawed at him, a counterpoint to the obsessive certainty that drove him onward. The cottage reflected his deteriorating state. Empty coffee mugs stood amongst scattered tape reels and snaking cables. Dust gathered thick on surfaces beyond the immediate reach of his cluttered workbench. His own reflection, caught fleetingly in a darkened window pane, startled him. Pale face, dark circles under bloodshot eyes, hair unkempt. He looked haunted, hunted. He felt hunted. The paranoia was a physical presence now, prickling at the back of his neck, making him check the locks repeatedly, straining to hear footsteps outside over the ever-present sigh of the sea and the phantom rhythms in his own head. A sharp, insistent rapping at the front door sent him recoiling from his equipment, heart leaping into his throat. He froze, every nerve ending alight. Who would come here? He hadn't seen anyone since his encounter with Father Michael. Locals kept their distance. Perhaps it was the priest, returning with more warnings, or something else. He crept towards the door, peering through the peephole, distorted and clouded with grime. The figure standing on the sagging porch was Lena Petrova. Her presence there felt jarringly out of place, an intrusion into his self-imposed exile. Her face, framed by the grey light, looked harder than he remembered, her mouth set in a thin, determined line. He hesitated, then reluctantly drew back the bolt and opened the door a crack. "Lena, what is it?" Her sharp eyes immediately took in his disheveled appearance, flickering past him to the chaotic state of the room beyond. Disapproval radiated from her like a chill. "Mr. Thorne," she said, her voice clipped, devoid of the forced pleasantries of their earlier encounters. "I was concerned. Haven't seen you about. Heard you were keeping late hours." The herd hung in the air, a subtle reminder that in Maris Hollow, little went unnoticed, unremarked upon. "I've been busy," Elias mumbled, instinctively trying to block her view of the room, "working through my aunt's belongings." "So I see," she replied dryly. "This work, it seems to be taking quite a toll on you, Mr. Thorne. You look unwell." She didn't ask to come in, but her posture was expectant, immovable. He reluctantly opened the door wider, stepping back into the cluttered space. She entered, her presence immediately altering the room's atmosphere, her stern tidiness a stark contrast to his burgeoning chaos. Her gaze swept over the audio equipment, the scattered tapes, the scribbled notebooks, lingering for a moment on the reel currently mounted on the deck. Still trying to make sense of Elspeth's old noises. "There's more than just noise on these tapes, Lena," Elias said, his voice raspy from lack of use. "I told you. Voices, music, other sounds." "Sounds made decades ago," Lena countered, turning to face him directly, her eyes locking onto his. "On decaying tape, recorded perhaps on faulty equipment by an old woman living alone. Sounds distorted by time, by damp, by the very air in this place." She took a step closer. "Mr. Thorne, I came here to urge you strongly to stop this. Whatever you think you're hearing, whatever secrets you think you're uncovering, they are best left buried. This town has endured enough sorrow. Digging into the past, especially this part of the past, only stirs up pain. It upsets the balance." "Balance," Elias echoed, a harsh laugh escaping him. "What balance?" "This town feels like it's holding its breath, terrified of something. Father Michael practically begged me to leave. Silas Croft warns about echoes the sea keeps. You tell me sanitized stories about storms while these tapes..." He gestured wildly at the equipment. "They scream about something else entirely. Something violent happened to that choir, Lena. Something brutal." Lena's expression remained impassive, but a warning glint entered her eyes. "You are distressed, Mr. Thorne, sleep-deprived, working in isolation. It's understandable that your imagination might run away with you. These old sounds, the atmosphere here, it can be suggestive, unsettling, particularly to an outsider." The implication was clear. His perceptions were unreliable, tainted by his status as someone not belonging, someone not privy to the town's carefully guarded understanding of itself. The official record is clear. A tragedy occurred. A storm took lives. That is the truth Maris Hollow acknowledges. Trying to impose some other narrative based on ambiguous noises and fragmented whispers is disrespectful to the dead and harmful to the living. Her tone was calm, measured, but carried an undeniable undercurrent of threat. This wasn't the gentle concern of a town historian. It was the firm warning of a gatekeeper protecting a dangerous secret. "Let it go," she said, her voice dropping slightly, becoming almost conspiratorial. "Focus on settling Elspeth's practical affairs. Pack up these tapes. Leave Maris Hollow. It would be better for everyone." Her words hung in the air, thick with unspoken menace. Elias felt a chill despite the stuffy air in the cottage. He felt cornered, manipulated, his own fragile mental state used against him. Yet beneath the fear, a spark of defiance ignited. He wouldn't be scared off by veiled threats and psychological games. He knew what he'd heard. The sounds were real. The fear in Father Michael's eyes was real. The evasiveness of the entire town was real. Lena was hiding something, desperately trying to shut down his investigation before he uncovered the true nature of the town's sorrow. After Lena left, the silence she left behind felt brittle, charged with tension. Her visit, intended to deter him, had only solidified his resolve. He turned back to the workbench, adrenaline momentarily cutting through his fatigue. He wouldn't be dismissed as a hallucinating outsider. He needed more proof, something undeniable. He scanned the remaining tapes in the box, grabbing one almost at random, marked with nothing but a faded question mark. He threaded it quickly, his hands surprisingly steady. He hit play, fast-forwarding through long sections of near silence, then loud, crackling static. He strained his ears, listening intently through the noise. Suddenly, amidst a burst of loud interference like proximity to a powerful electrical field, he caught it. Voices, panicked, overlapping, distorted by the static, but definitely human. He quickly rewound, isolating the short segment, applying filters, straining to decipher the words. Most were lost in the noise, fragments of shouts, pleas. But then, one voice rose above the others for a split second, male, raw with terror, uttering a single chilling word before being swallowed again by the static. Offering. Elias froze, the word exploding in the silence of the room. Offering. The word Father Michael had fearfully associated with the pact, the desperate bargain made with the Tide Mother. It wasn't just a storm. It wasn't just a disappearance. It was a sacrifice. Lena's carefully constructed facade, her warnings, her dismissals, they were all desperate attempts to keep this specific, horrifying truth buried. The salt-stained choir hadn't just been lost, they had been given. Offering. The word was a key scraped against Elias's raw nerves, unlocking chambers of horror he hadn't dared to imagine. It recontextualized everything. Lena Petrova's desperate obfuscation, Father Michael's paralyzing fear, the very texture of the silence that suffocated Maris Hollow. The salt-stained choir hadn't merely vanished. They were part of the vanishing, a sacrificial coin tossed into the abyss to pay some terrible ancient debt. The pact wasn't just superstition. It was a transaction written in blood or terror, and the entity, the Tide Mother waiting beneath, was its beneficiary. He felt sickened, but also strangely energized, the confirmation pushing him past the threshold of fear into a colder, sharper realm of necessity. He had to know the specifics. He had to understand the nature of the offering. Official channels were worse than useless now. They were actively hostile, guarded by fear and complicity. Lena would only offer more manipulations. Father Michael was too consumed by his own terror to be of further help. That left Silas Croft. The old fisherman, weathered and detached, seemed to exist outside the town's immediate circle of enforced silence. His warnings had been cryptic, metaphorical, but they hadn't felt like deliberate misdirection. More like the pronouncements of an oracle speaking in a language Elias was only beginning to understand. He was the only one left to turn to, the keeper of the coast's unwritten, darker history. Elias left the cottage, stepping out into the familiar grey dampness. But the world felt different now, sharper, more dangerous. He pulled his coat tighter, scanning the narrow street, acutely aware of every drawn curtain, every shadow lingering in a recessed doorway. The few faces he saw turned away quickly, but not before he registered what felt like open suspicion. a hardening of the guarded expressions he'd initially mistaken for simple weariness. Did they know? Could they sense how close he was getting to the town's rotten core? The paranoia was no longer a vague unease. It felt specific, directed. He imagined whispers following him, carried on the salt-laced wind, outsider, meddler, stirring things up. He found Silas down by the small, working part of the harbour, near a ramshackle wooden structure that smelled powerfully of tar, salt and fish gut. The old man wasn't mending nets today. He was meticulously scraping barnacles from the hull of his small, sturdy fishing boat. The rhythmic scrape, 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 a lonely sound against the gentle lapping of water within the harbour walls. Gulls wheeled and cried overhead, indifferent, spectators. Silas didn't acknowledge Elias's approach until he was standing almost beside him on the damp, uneven planks of the jetty. Back again, Silas observed, not pausing in his work. His pale eyes flickered towards Elias, then back to the hull. Still listening to echoes? The echoes are getting louder, Silas, Elias said, his voice low and urgent. I heard a word on one of the tapes. Offering. The scraping stopped. Silas slowly lowered the tool, resting his forearm on the gunwale of the boat. He looked out across the grey water, his expression unreadable, ancient as the stones lining the harbour. Words get caught, he said eventually, his voice raspy, like nets snagging on rocks down below, especially words said with fear or pain. Sea holds them, salt preserves them. He turned his gaze back to Elias, direct and penetrating. What kind of offering you think they meant, city boy? I don't know, Elias admitted, the rawness of his ignorance feeling exposed under the old man's scrutiny. That's what I need to understand. Father Michael spoke of a pact. You called the caves the Tide Mother's throat. Lena told me the choir was lost in a storm. But the tapes tell a different story. Violence, fear, sacrifice. Silas nodded slowly, thoughtfully stroking his weather-beaten chin. Lena tells the safe stories. Father Michael fears the stories he don't understand. Me, he shrugged. I listen to the water. It tells the truest stories if you know how. He spat, again onto the jetty. Sea's got a memory longer than any man's. Remembers the blood, remembers the bargains, remembers the hunger. He paused, letting the words settle. She's always hungry, the deep water. Takes ships, takes men. Sometimes she wants more. Something specific. Something to quiet the rage down below. The choir, Elias pressed. What did they do? Did they make the offering? Or were they... They tried to sing the waves silent, Silas murmured, his gaze distant again. Thought their little hymns could soothe the deep. Thought they could bargain with lungs full of air against something ancient as tide and darkness. He shook his head, a grim finality in the gesture. Singing don't fill an empty belly, son. Might be they woke something up instead. Might be the offering they brought wasn't the one she wanted. He looked back at Elias, his eyes holding a flicker of something that might have been pity or perhaps just weariness. You keep poking this thing, boy. Keep stirring the mud at the bottom. You sure you want to see what floats up? I need to know, Elias said, the words feeling inadequate, but absolute. I can't walk away now. Silas studied him for a long moment, assessing his resolve, or perhaps his foolishness. Then he sighed, a sound like wind through dry reeds. All right, he said gruffly. You want answers the sea holds? You gotta go where she keeps them. Words get trapped, like I said. But places hold echoes, stronger than words. He picked up his scraper again, but paused before resuming his work. That cave system, the throat, it breathes with the tide, changes, reveals things, hides things. He squinted at Elias. You want to see what the choir saw? You want to hear what the stones remember? Go there, but not just any time. He leaned closer, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper, laced with the scent of brine and tobacco. Wait for the spring tide, the lowest ebb when the sea pulls. Back furthest shows its bones. Go deep inside then, when the water's drawn its deepest breath. That's when the throat whispers loudest. That's when you might find what ain't meant to be found. He straightened up, turning his full attention back to scraping the hull, the rhythmic sound resuming, signaling the end of the audience. Elias stood frozen for a moment, the cryptic instructions echoing in his mind. Lowest ebb of the spring tide. Go deep inside. It was a concrete direction, a tangible step towards the heart of the mystery, towards the place where the sounds originated, where the offering was made, where she waited. But it was also undeniably a path towards immense danger, a descent into the literal and metaphorical darkness. He murmured his thanks, though Silas didn't acknowledge him, and turned to leave the harbor. As he walked back through the winding streets of Maris Hollow, the feeling of being watched was stronger, more palpable than ever before. He saw faces flicker in windows, figures retreating into doorways as he approached. The silence wasn't empty, it was observant. He felt like a marked man, the outsider who had talked to the town pariah, the fool who was now armed with a dangerous clue pointing directly towards their most terrifying secret. The whole town seemed to know, seemed to be waiting, watching to see if he was truly foolish enough to follow Silas's riddle down into the Tide Mother's throat. Still here? Brave. Or maybe you just like the feeling of being watched. Like, subscribe, and drop your time and location in the comments, so we know who's still out there. Now breathe slow. The worst is coming. Silas Croft's riddle became the new focal point of Elias's fractured consciousness, a specific instruction amidst the swirling chaos of whispers, static, and paranoia. Lowest ebb of the spring tide. Go deep inside. It offered a tangible goal, a specific time and place where answers might be found, however terrifying those answers might be. The first step was practical, determining the tides. He spent hours hunched over his laptop, the glow of the screen illuminating his pale, strained face in the otherwise dim cottage, cross-referencing astronomical data with local tide charts scavenged from a drawer full of Elspeth's old papers. Spring tides, caused by the gravitational alignment of the sun and moon, brought the highest highs and the lowest lows. He calculated the date of the next one, just 3 days away, and pinpointed the hour of its lowest ebb, a brief window when the sea would retreat furthest from the shore, potentially exposing secrets usually drowned in brine. The intervening days passed in a haze of nervous anticipation and meticulous preparation. The rhythmic signal he discovered seemed to pulse louder in his mind, a constant reminder of the trapped voices and the waiting entity. He forced himself to eat, to try and sleep, knowing he'd need his strength, his wits about him, as much as he could muster in his frayed state. He checked and rechecked his equipment, a powerful, waterproof flashlight with multiple spare batteries, his portable digital audio recorder, a reckless compulsion perhaps, but the sound engineer in him couldn't resist the urge to capture whatever awaited him. A length of sturdy rope, though he wasn't sure why he felt he needed it, and heavy-duty boots with thick, gripping soles. Each item felt like a talisman, a small, inadequate piece of armor against the encroaching darkness. Packing the gear felt like preparing for a descent, not just into a cave, but into the core of Maris Hollow's festering secret. The day of the spring tide dawned unnervingly still. The perpetual fog had thinned to a high, grey overcast, bathing the landscape in a flat, shadowless light. The air was heavy, stagnant, carrying the amplified scent of low tide, exposed mud, decaying seaweed, salt, and something else, a faint metallic tang that prickled in Elias's nostrils. The usual roar of the surf was subdued, replaced by a distant, sibilant whisper as the Atlantic drew its deepest breath, pulling back from the land like a predator gathering itself to strike. There was an expectant quality to the silence, as if the whole coastline was holding its breath, waiting for him. He set out, his backpack feeling heavy on his shoulders, the weight both physical and psychological. He avoided the main paths, skirting the edge of the town, unwilling to face the watching eyes he now felt everywhere. The journey to the cliffs felt different today. The exposed shoreline revealed jagged black rocks glistening like teeth, draped in ribbons of dark kelp. Tide pools shimmered with trapped water, reflecting the bruised sky. The path leading down to the caves was slick with moisture, treacherous. As he approached, the entrance to the Tide Mother's throat gaped wider than he remembered. A dark, arching maw in the cliff face, fully exposed by the retreating sea. It looked less like a natural formation and more like a deliberate wound in the ancient rock, weeping shadows. Standing at the threshold, Elias hesitated, the air emanating from the cave mouth was noticeably colder, carrying the dense mineral smell of deep earth and ancient water. From within came a complex symphony of sounds, the slow, rhythmic drip of water, the sighing echo of the distant waves, and strange, low, groaning noises, perhaps the sound of the rock settling, or something else entirely. He took a deep, shuddering breath, gripped his flashlight tightly, switched it on, and stepped across the threshold, plunging himself into the sudden, profound darkness. The flashlight beam cut a sharp cone through the blackness, illuminating walls slick with moisture, weeping streaks of mineral deposit that glittered like tears in the focused light. The temperature dropped immediately, the damp cold seeping into his bones. The roar of the sea outside was instantly muted, replaced by the strange internal acoustics of the cave. Every sound was amplified, distorted. His own footsteps crunched on the shell-littered floor, echoing unnaturally, seeming to come from multiple directions at once. The dripping water sounded like furtive tapping, like secret whispers, just beyond the range of hearing. His own breathing sounded harsh, loud, intrusive in the immense silence. He moved forward cautiously, the beams sweeping from side to side, revealing the contours of the entrance tunnel. It was larger than it looked from outside, irregular, carved by millennia of tidal action. The walls weren't smooth. They were covered in bizarre, noduled formations, coated in thick layers of crystallized salt that sparkled eerily. In the shifting beam of his light, the formations took on unsettling shapes. Some resembled hunched figures, their heads bowed as if in eternal mourning. Others looked like rows of jagged teeth or grasping skeletal hands reaching out from the rock. He ran a gloved hand over one smooth, salt-crusted bulge. It felt disturbingly like cold, petrified flesh. The feeling of being watched returned with suffocating intensity. Here, within the confines of the cave, it felt less like paranoia and more like a certainty. A vast, ancient awareness seemed to press in on him from the impenetrable darkness further down the tunnel. A gaze cold and indifferent as the abyssal depths. His tinnitus flared, the high-pitched whine twisting into complex, static-laced frequencies that seemed to resonate with the very rock around him, blurring the line between internal noise and the cave's own unsettling voice. He kept glancing back towards the distant archway of grey light that marked the entrance, fighting the urge to flee back into the known world. He forced himself deeper, drawn by Silas's riddle and the desperate need for answers. The tunnel began to curve slightly, the floor sloping gently downwards. He noticed details he'd missed in his previous brief foray. Strange patterns etched into the rock wall, almost like tool marks, but too weathered, too random. A thick spar of dark, waterlogged wood wedged high up in a crevice, far above the current. Waterline, a scattering of small, iridescent shells in a dry alcove, unlike any he'd seen on the beach outside. Small things, perhaps meaningless, but they hinted at past passage, at activities conducted within these dripping walls, lost, too, time and tide. He rounded a curve, the beam of his flashlight cutting into a deeper darkness ahead. And then he heard it. A sharp, sudden noise echoing from the blackness further within the cave system. It wasn't the drip of water nor the groan of rock. It was a distinct scrape, harsh and loud, like something heavy being dragged across stone. Followed immediately by a wet, slapping sound like a large body hitting shallow water. Elias froze instantly, his blood running cold, every muscle tensed. He swept the flashlight beam frantically into the darkness ahead, but the light seemed to be swallowed, revealing nothing but more glistening rock and impenetrable shadow. His heart hammered against his ribs, loud as a drum in the echoing silence. Was it a rockfall? A shifting stone dislodged by the changing tidal pressure? An animal? A seal, perhaps, trapped by the receding tide? Or something else? The sounds had felt deliberate, too sharp, too distinct. He strained his ears, listening, into the profound silence that followed, but heard nothing more. Only the dripping water, the distant sigh of the sea, and the frantic pulse of his own blood pounding in his ears. Reason battled with primal fear. He should investigate. He should record the sound. But the terror that gripped him was absolute. Instinct screaming at him to retreat. The feeling of the ancient gaze intensified, pressing down, heavy with malevolent curiosity. He took one involuntary step back, then another, his boots crunching too loudly on the shells. He turned, stumbling in his haste, and scrambled back the way he came, towards the beckoning grey light of the entrance. He didn't stop until he burst out of the cave mouth, gasping into the pale, indifferent light of the low-tide afternoon, the terrifying ambiguity of the sound echoing in his mind. The throat had let him enter, had shown him its weeping walls and bared teeth, but it had guarded its deeper secrets with a sudden sharp reminder of the unseen presences dwelling within its depths. Back within the dubious sanctuary of the cottage, the echo of the sharp scrape and slap from the cave's depths reverberated not just in Elias's memory, but seemingly in the very air around him. He couldn't shake the sound, nor the certainty that it had been real, a deliberate noise meant as a warning, or perhaps the audible evidence of something shifting in the darkness, disturbed by his intrusion. He'd fled the Tide Mother's throat, his brief surge of courage extinguished by primal fear, leaving the lowest ebb of the tide, and whatever secrets it might have revealed, unexplored. Now, pacing the cramped confines of the main room, the silence felt thin, stretched taut over an abyss of unseen, unheard horrors. His paranoia sharpened, honing itself on the ambiguity of the cave sounds, the memory of the watching eyes of Maris Hollow, the chilling confirmation of the offering. He felt trapped between the menacing silence of the town and the terrifying noise emerging from the past. Driven by a frantic need for something concrete, something to anchor his fraying sanity, he turned back to the tapes. They were the source of this torment, yes, but they were also the only tangible evidence he possessed. The answers, however horrific, lay within those magnetic coils. But time, it seemed, was running out in more ways than one. He noticed with a growing sense of despair that the remaining tapes were showing alarming signs of physical deterioration. The plastic reels felt brittle, prone to cracking. Worse, some tapes were exhibiting the dreaded sticky shed syndrome, the binder holding the magnetic oxide particles to the plastic base breaking down, leaving a gummy residue on the tape heads, rendering playback impossible or severely damaging. Others shed fine brown oxide dust with every pass, literally disintegrating, their captured sounds dissolving into silence before his very eyes. The decay felt personal, metaphorical. The tapes weren't just recordings, they were vessels holding fragments of memory, ghosts trapped in magnetic fields. And like memory itself, they were fragile, prone to degradation, their substance flaking away under the relentless pressure of time and neglect. Their decay mirrored his own internal state, his thoughts becoming fragmented, his grasp on reality loosening, his carefully constructed mental framework shedding its coherence like oxide dust. The restoration work transformed from a meticulous process into a desperate, high-stakes salvage operation. He felt like a battlefield surgeon attempting to save a mortally wounded patient, knowing failure meant the final, irreversible loss of the voice within. He resorted to increasingly risky techniques learned from online forums and old restoration manuals. For the sticky tapes, he attempted the controversial baking method, heating the reels at a low, controlled temperature for several hours, a desperate gamble to temporarily stabilize the binder long enough for one careful playback and digitization. The process filled the small cottage with the faint, acrid smell of baking plastic and chemicals, adding another layer to the already oppressive atmosphere. He cleaned the tape heads obsessively after every pass, his movements becoming jerky, fueled by caffeine and a gnawing anxiety. Sleep became a forgotten luxury. Brief snatches caught slumped over the workbench, inevitably leading back to dreams of drowning sounds and swirling fog. His tinnitus raged, a constant, complex storm of internal noise. Whistles, clicks, roaring. Static, phantom frequencies that sometimes seemed to harmonize with the sounds emerging from the speakers, sometimes battled against them. The documented list of auditory hallucinations in his notebook grew longer, the entries more frantic, the line between observation and participation blurring into non-existence. Was he hearing the ghost choir because of the tapes, or because the tapes had somehow tuned his damaged hearing to perceive something already latent in the Maris hollow air? Was the rhythmic pulse a recorded phenomenon, or the frantic drumbeat of his own escalating fear? He didn't know anymore. He only knew he had to keep listening, keep digging, before the tapes, or his mind, disintegrated completely. He chose one of the last, most fragile-looking reels, one that had required careful baking. Its cardboard box was water-stained and warped, marked only with a symbol that looked like a crudely drawn eye surrounded by radiating lines. He handled it with extreme care, his fingers trembling slightly as he threaded the brittle tape onto the deck. He dimmed the lights, focused the lamp onto the turning reels, put on the headphones and pressed play, leaning close, straining to hear through the expected noise. The initial sound was thick, churning static, louder and more aggressive than on the other tapes. But beneath it, something coherent fought to emerge, chanting, not the melancholic hymns of the choir, but rougher voices, multiple speakers, chanting in a guttural, repetitive cadence that felt primal, ancient. The words were indecipherable, lost in the static and distortion, but the rhythm was hypnotic, insistent. Then, woven into the chanting came the familiar haunting melody of the salt-stained choir, sounding thin and ethereal here, almost overwhelmed by the primal energy of the chant, and beneath it all the rhythmic static pulse, the signal of trapped distress, beat like a frantic heart, faster now, more insistent than before. It was a terrifying confluence of sounds, the sacred and the profane, the human and the other, because then something else rose from the dense sonic landscape. It started low, a deep vibration that seemed to resonate in Elias's bones rather than his ears. It grew slowly, a sound utterly inhuman, ancient, vast. It was wetly resonant, like the shifting of immense weight in subterranean water, punctuated by sharp, guttural clicks and pops, like giant mandibles snapping shut in the darkness, or the tearing of something thick and yielding. It was a sound of immense pressure, of abyssal cold, of predatory sentience waking from a long slumber. It twisted around the chanting, drowned out the choir, subsumed the frantic pulse, becoming the dominant, terrifying frequency. This, Elias, knew with sickening certainty, was the sound of the ritual itself, the sound of the pact being sealed, the sound of the Tide Mother. Listening to it, Elias felt something inside him snap. The sound bypassed all his analytical filters, all his attempts at detachment, and plugged directly into his primal fear centers. The inhuman clicks and pressure shifts seemed to unlock a resonance within his own damaged hearing, the tinnitus spiking into an unbearable, razor-sharp shriek that wasn't just sound, but physical pain. He ripped the headphones off, stumbling, back from the workbench, gasping, but the sounds didn't stop. They continued, amplified, roaring inside his skull, seeming to emanate from the very walls of the cottage. The room began to tilt, the floorboards seeming to ripple like water. He cried out, pressing his hands against his ears, but the sonic assault was internal now. And then came the visual onslaught. Dark, brackish water began to seep in under the door, silent and swift, spreading across the floor. It rose rapidly, swirling around his ankles, his knees, smelling powerfully of cold brine and decay. The air grew heavy, thick with pressure, making it hard to breathe. Ghostly, translucent figures materialized in the rising phantom water. Pale faces, hollow eyes, mouths open in silent screams, their forms trailing seaweed and tattered clothing. The salt-stained choir swirling around him in the spectral tide. The inhuman clicking sound intensified, seeming to come from beneath, the floorboards from the dark water itself. He felt an immense, cold pressure enveloping him, pulling him down. He squeezed his eyes shut, screaming, lost in the overwhelming sensory hallucination, the sounds of the ritual and the sight of the phantom tide consuming his reality entirely. On the workbench, unnoticed, the tape reel continued to spin, spilling its secrets into the empty, waiting air. Consciousness returned slowly, like sediment settling in disturbed water. Elias lay sprawled on the dusty floorboards of the cottage, the phantom chill of the illusory tide receding, leaving behind a bone-deep exhaustion and the acrid tang of fear in his throat. His limbs felt heavy, unresponsive. The horrific sounds, the chanting, the inhuman clicks, the pressure shifts, still echoed faintly in his ears, interwoven with the relentless whine of his tinnitus, making it impossible to be certain where the hallucination ended and reality or his damaged perception of it began. He blinked, his eyes stinging, focusing on the single shaft of grey light cutting through the gloom, illuminating dancing dust motes. The tape deck on the workbench had clicked off, the reel finally reaching its end, spilling its silence back into the room. But the silence wasn't empty. It pulsed with the residue of what he'd heard, what he'd seen. The spectral choir swirling in the rising black water, the crushing pressure, the sound of the Tide Mother. Had it been a complete psychotic break, a sensory overload triggered by stress, isolation, and the suggestive power of the tapes? Or had the recording itself acted as a conduit, a key unlocking a psychic resonance, allowing him a terrifying glimpse into the event itself, into the entity's presence? He didn't know. He couldn't trust his own mind anymore. Yet, amidst the confusion and the bone-jarring fear, one thing felt undeniably real, the sound of the ritual. The inhuman presence captured on that fragile, decaying tape. That was his anchor, however terrifying. Slowly, painfully, he pushed himself up, his muscles screaming in protest. He splashed cold water on his face from the basin in the corner, the shock momentarily clearing his head. He looked at his reflection in the cracked mirror. A stranger stared back, wild-eyed, pale, haunted. He looked like a man drowning. Perhaps he was. But the hallucination, the sheer overwhelming horror of it hadn't broken him. It had forged something new in its wake, a cold, brittle resolve. Lena Petrova had tried to warn him off, dismiss his findings, gaslight him into believing it was all in his head. She had lied. She knew about the pact, the offering, the entity, and now, armed with the sound of the ritual itself, Elias would force her to admit it. He wouldn't be silenced or driven away. He found his portable recorder, checking with trembling hands that the segment containing the ritual sounds, or at least the lead-up to the worst of it, and the panicked mention of the offering, had saved correctly. It was a thin sliver of proof against Lena's wall of denial, but it would have to be enough. He needed to see her face when she heard it, needed to break through the carefully constructed facade of the concerned historian. He left the cottage, stepping out into the oppressive stillness of Maris Hollow, feeling strangely detached, moving through the grey light like a ghost on a final, grim errand. The archive felt colder, more silent than before. Lena looked up from behind her desk as he entered, the small bell's tinkle sounding unnaturally loud. Surprise flickered across her features, quickly replaced by a guarded, wary expression. She clearly hadn't expected to see him again so soon, perhaps hoping her previous warning, or his own deteriorating state, had finally driven him away. "Mr. Thorne," she said, her voice tight, "I thought I made myself clear." "You made the town's position clear, Lena," Elias countered, walking directly to the desk, ignoring the chair this time. He felt strangely calm, the earlier panic replaced by a focused intensity. "You told me stories, warnings. You tried to convince me I was imagining things." He leaned forward slightly, meeting her gaze directly. "But I found something else on the tapes. Something you didn't account for." He took out the portable recorder, his hand steady now. "I want you to listen." Before she could protest, he pressed play, holding the small device angled towards her. The sound filled the small, dusty space, the low, guttural chanting, the thin, almost lost sound of the choir weaving through it, the insistent, frantic pulse of the rhythmic static. He saw Lena flinch, her knuckles whitening as she gripped the edge of her desk. Then came the panicked voice, cutting through the noise for that split second. "Offering!" He stopped the recording. The silence that followed was thick with tension. Lena stared at the recorder, then slowly lifted her gaze to Elias's face. Her composure, usually so unshakable, was fractured. Her face was pale, her breathing shallow. She recognized the sounds. She knew what they meant. "Where did you get that?" she whispered, her voice barely audible. "From my great-aunt's tapes," Elias said flatly. Along with the breathing, the weeping, the child humming before being silenced. Along with the whisper, "She waits beneath." "You know what these sounds are, Lena. You know about the pact Father Michael fearfully confessed to. You know about the Tide Mother. And you know the choir wasn't just lost in the storm. They were the offering, weren't they?" Lena looked away, staring at the shelves of neatly organized history books as if seeking refuge in their documented, sanitized past. She seemed to wrestle with herself, her loyalty to the town's silence warring with the undeniable evidence Elias had presented, perhaps with her own buried fear. Finally, she let out a long, shuddering breath. "Yes," she admitted. The word dragged from her, heavy with reluctance and generations of unspoken dread. "There was a pact. Generations ago, our ancestors, they were starving. The sea gave them nothing. The storms were relentless. They were desperate." She spoke haltingly at first, then with a growing, weary fluency, as if breaching the dam of silence released a flood. "They made an agreement with it, the presence in the water, the Tide Mother. They promised something in exchange for calmer seas, bountiful catches, sustenance, survival." Her gaze drifted towards the window, towards the grey, unseen sea. But the details, they became clouded over time, misremembered, or perhaps deliberately obscured in the records. People were ashamed, terrified. "And the choir?" Elias prompted gently, seeing the pain in her face. "Generations later," Lena continued, her voice low, "during that terrible winter you read about, the hardship returned. The sea grew angry again. People started whispering that the pact had been broken, or that the price hadn't been fully paid, that the Tide Mother demanded renewal. The choir, they were devout, but perhaps misguided, filled with a terrible faith. They believed their music, their devotion, could appease the entity. They went out during the storm, yes, but not seeking shelter. They went to the caves as an offering, a performance, a sacrifice of song, perhaps even of themselves, hoping to fulfill the ancient bargain and save the town. Her confession painted a picture both tragic and horrifying. A desperate act of faith twisted into a sacrificial ritual driven by generational guilt and fear. Yet Elias sensed she was still holding back, still shaping the narrative. An offering of song? He questioned. The sounds on that tape, the fear, the other sound, that wasn't just music. Lena flinched again, turning back to him, her eyes filled with a mixture of fear and warning. The exact nature of the offering, what the entity truly demanded, then or demands now. It's not fully understood, Mr. Thorne. Perhaps it never was. It's a darkness best left undisturbed. Knowing the pact existed changes nothing. It only puts you, and potentially all of us, in greater danger. Her voice regained some of its earlier firmness. You have your confirmation. The legend is rooted in a terrible truth. Now, for God's sake, take your tapes, leave Maris Hollow, and never look back. You have meddled enough. She stood abruptly, turning her back on him, presenting a wall of dismissal. The audience was over. Elias left the archive, the scent of dust and decay clinging to him. He had the truth, or at least more of it than before. A pact, an offering, generational guilt, a misguided choir sacrificed to an ancient entity. But Lena's fear, her deliberate vagueness about the specifics of the offering, her insistence on the ongoing danger, it left him with a chilling uncertainty. What exactly did the Tide Mother demand as payment? And if the choir's sacrifice hadn't been enough, or wasn't the right kind of offering, was the pact still considered open? Was the debt still outstanding? Lena's desperate need to protect the town suggested the answer was a terrifying yes.
Lena Petrova's reluctant confession hung in the air as he looked away from the words by offering and generational guilt for in his mind. He had confirmation, yes, but the historian...
Carefully chosen words and terrified evasiveness about the specifics felt like slamming one door only to reveal another, thicker one just beyond it. What was the offering? What exactly did the Tide Mother demand? And why did Lena, the staunch guardian of Maris Hollow's history, seem so determined to keep those details buried, even after admitting the core truth? Her fear felt less like reverence for the past and more like terror of the present. A conviction that the debt incurred generations ago was somehow still active, the entity still waiting, still hungry. His thoughts turned again to Father Michael. The young priest's fear had been palpable, raw, less controlled than Lena's guarded anxiety. And hadn't Lena hinted that the church might hold records separate from her archive? Father Michael had spoken of confessions, of his predecessors' knowledge. Perhaps his fear wasn't just rooted in superstition or the weight of his parishioners' whispered sins, but in something more concrete, something documented within the church walls themselves. Armed with Lena's confirmation of the pact, Elias felt a renewed, desperate need to speak with the priest again, to see if this shared knowledge might loosen his tongue further, convince him to reveal what the official town historian would not. He found himself back at the decaying church on the cliffs, the building seeming to brood under the heavy grey sky, its stones weeping salt and damp. The heavy oak door groaned open, admitting him once more into the cold, echoing sanctuary. The smell of mildew and ancient cold stone seemed stronger today, the water stains on the walls darker, the silence deeper, more profound. He didn't see the priest in the nave or near the altar. He ventured hesitantly towards a small, arching doorway, half hidden in the shadows to the side of the chancel, guessing it might lead to a vestry or office. He pushed the small, warped wooden doctor open and found Father Michael hunched over a small, cluttered desk in a tiny, book-lined room. Prayer books lay open, stacks of parish newsletters tilted precariously, and a single flickering candle cast long, dancing shadows on the priest's pale, drawn face. He looked up as Elias entered, his eyes widening with alarm, instinctively clutching a small silver crucifix that lay on the desk amongst the papers. He looked as if he hadn't slept in days, the burden of his knowledge and perhaps Elias's persistence wearing him down to a fragile nub. Mr. Thorne. Elias, the priest stammered, rising halfway from his chair. I told you, there's nothing more I can... Lena told me, Elias interrupted, stepping fully into the small room, the door sighing shut behind him. He kept his voice low, trying not to spook the terrified priest further. She confirmed it, the pact, the offering, the choir. Father Michael sank back into his chair, a look of mingled shock and weary defeat washing over him. She told you, he whispered, disbelief warring with a strange sort of relief, as if the shared burden, now openly acknowledged, was somehow lessened, even as the danger felt amplified. She told me the basics, Elias clarified. Enough to know the legend is true, but she wouldn't say more. She wouldn't explain the nature of the offering, what the Tide Mother truly demanded. She seemed terrified of disturbing it. He leaned forward slightly, appealing to the priest. Father, you mentioned confessions. You hinted your predecessors knew more. Do your records hold the details Lena is trying to hide? The priest stared down at his trembling hands, avoiding Elias's gaze. The flickering candlelight caught the moisture in his eyes. He seemed locked in an internal battle, faith warring with fear, duty with self-preservation. It's not just confessions, he finally choked out, his voice barely a whisper, or vague entries in the public parish logs. He gestured vaguely towards a locked wooden cabinet standing against one damp-stained wall. There are other records, hidden away. Journals kept by priests who served here long ago, detailed accounts not meant for public view. His voice dropped even lower, laced with profound dread. I found them shortly after I arrived here, hidden. I read them. God forgive me. I read them. He shuddered, wrapping his arms around himself, as if suddenly cold. They don't just hint at the pact, Elias, they describe it. They speak of the entity, the Tide Mother, not as folklore, but as a real presence, ancient and powerful. They detail what was offered, what was required. His eyes darted nervously around the small room, as if expecting something to materialize from the shadows. What? Elias breathed, leaning closer. What was required? Father Michael shook his head violently, squeezing his eyes shut. I shouldn't. To speak of it feels like inviting it in. He opened his eyes, looking pleadingly at Elias. It wasn't just song, Elias. It wasn't just lives lost to the sea. It was specific, horrific, tied to silence, to sound, to memory itself. Something the entity feeds on. He shuddered again. Reading those journals, understanding what truly happened, what this town is built upon, it explains the fear. It explains the silence, why Lena guards it so fiercely, He trailed off, unable to articulate the depth of his own terror. Are the journals still here? Elias asked urgently. In that cabinet? Yes, the priest whispered. Locked away, where they belong. They are filled with terror, Elias, with a faith grappling with something utterly alien to Christian doctrine. Some entries describe the entity in terms that blur the line between demonic force and something older, more elemental, indifferent to good and evil. He looked directly at Elias, his eyes wide with desperate warning. This is why you must stop. Listening to those tapes, asking these questions, it's like you're calling to it. I feel its presence growing stronger, its influence seeping back into the town, perhaps drawn by the resonance on those recordings. Don't you understand? Opening that cabinet, reading those words aloud, it could be catastrophic. It could awaken the demand again. His fear was absolute, paralyzing. He genuinely believed that accessing the knowledge was as dangerous as the entity itself. He wouldn't show Elias the records. He wouldn't speak the specifics aloud. His confession stopped short, barricaded by terror. Elias stood there, frustrated, yet understanding the priest's crippling fear. The answers were here, tangible, locked away in a wooden cabinet within this decaying church, guarded by a terrified young priest. Concrete details about the ritual, the offering, the Tide Mothers, nature, documented by those who witnessed or perpetuated the horror. The knowledge was tantalizingly close, yet utterly inaccessible, protected by a wall of sheer dread. Leaving the church this time, Elias knew the path forward was becoming terrifyingly narrow. The secrets were kept here, but retrieving them seemed impossible without shattering the fragile sanity of the man who held the key. Leaving the church and Father Michael's palpable terror behind felt like stepping from one cold, damp shadow into another. The priest's confession, though incomplete, had irrevocably confirmed the darkest suspicions. Hidden records detailed the pact, the entity, the horrifying specifics of the offering. But the knowledge remained locked away, guarded by fear as surely as by any physical key. The direct path to documented truth was blocked. Elias walked back towards the cottage through the oppressive grey quiet of Maris Hollow, the weight of that locked cabinet, that hidden history pressing down on him. Time felt distorted, simultaneously crawling and accelerating. The tapes were degrading, flaking away like memories caught in a harsh wind, while the sense of the Tide Mother's presence, amplified by Father Michael's fear and his own experiences, seemed to grow stronger, more insistent, a psychic pressure building against the shores of his sanity. Back in the cluttered, charged atmosphere of the cottage, frustration warred with a grim determination. He couldn't force the priest's hand. He couldn't storm the archive and demand Lena reveal what she desperately concealed. All he had were the fragments he'd already gathered. The whispers on decaying tape, the haunting choral melodies abruptly silenced, the panicked cry of offering, the inhuman sounds of the ritual, the rhythmic static pulse like a trapped signal, Silas's riddles of the sea's memory and hunger, Lena's talk of generational guilt, and Father Michael's final, terrified clues, tied to silence, to sound, to memory itself, something the entity feeds on. He spread his notes across the workbench, tape boxes scattered amongst them like cryptic puzzle pieces. He replayed key sound fragments through his headphones, not loud, but present, letting the unsettling audio landscape wash over him, the mournful choir, the invasive rhythmic pulse, the child's humming cut short by the grating tear, the desolate breathing, the sibilant whisper, she waits beneath, the chaotic chanting mixed with the entity's clicks and pressure shifts. He closed his eyes, trying to push past the fear, trying to synthesize, to find the connective tissue between the disparate, terrifying elements. Father Michael's words echoed loudest, tied to silence, to sound, to memory itself. Something the entity feeds on. How could an offering, a sacrifice, be tied to something as ephemeral as sound or memory? He thought of the choir. What was their essence? Their voices, their songs, the shared emotional resonance of their hymns. Lena had framed their final act as a performance, a sacrifice of song. What if that wasn't just a metaphor? He considered the tapes themselves, the fragile magnetic ribbons holding ghostly echoes of the past. They were literally captured sound, preserved memory. His entire life, his profession, his guilt, revolved around the manipulation, preservation, and accidental destruction of sound. The feedback shriek that injured Arthur and damaged his own hearing, a sound causing trauma, leading to silence, the subsequent silence of Arthur's forced retirement. His own work restoring sound felt like an attempt to reverse that silence, to reclaim lost voices. Then, the rhythmic static pulse, the signal. Not just noise, but structured, like a desperate communication trapped within the larger soundscape. And the inhuman sounds of the entity during the ritual fragment, vast, ancient, consuming. Silas had spoken of the sea holding, echoes of sounds getting trapped. The pieces began to slide into place, forming a picture far more insidious and psychologically horrifying than simple physical sacrifice. What if the Tide Mother didn't just demand lives? What if its hunger was more specific, more abstract? What if it consumed sound? What if it fed on voice, on song, on the very essence of expressed memory and emotion? The offering then wasn't the choir members themselves, but their voices. The ritual wasn't just about appeasing the entity, but about actively feeding it, sating its hunger for sonic emotional energy. Perhaps the choir, in their misguided faith, went to perform, only to have their songs, their voices, their very identities absorbed, silenced, drawn into the entity itself, or trapped within the resonant darkness of the caves. They became the echoes Silas spoke of. They became the whispers, the fragmented sounds captured on Elspeth's tapes. Their fate wasn't merely death, but a perpetual state of being consumed, their essence fueling the entity that waited beneath. The salt-stained moniker took on a chilling new layer of meaning, not just brine from the sea, but the preserving, trapping quality of salt holding these sonic ghosts in suspension. The rhythmic static pulse could be the sound of this consumption, the energy transfer, or the faint residual signal of the consciousnesses being absorbed, crying out from within the entity's being. This horrifying hypothesis resonated deeply, disturbingly, with Elias's own trauma, his life scarred by a sound, his guilt defined by the silence he felt he'd caused. His obsessive work with the tapes, his attempt to restore, to amplify these trapped sounds. Was it an act of rescue, or was he inadvertently participating in the cycle? Was he merely listening to the echoes, or was his intense focus his own sound-sensitive, guilt-ridden psyche, somehow creating a resonance field that strengthened the entity, that made him attractive to it? Father Michael's warning about drawing its attention felt suddenly terrifyingly personal. His expertise, his damaged hearing, his burden of guilt, they didn't just make him an investigator. They potentially made him a target, or worse, a conduit. He looked at the tape recorder, at the silent reels, with newfound dread. The sounds weren't just historical artifacts. They were fragments of consumed souls, echoes of a perpetual sound-based horror. The Tide Mother wasn't just a legend or a force of nature. It was a predator that fed on the very thing Elias dedicated his life to, the very thing that defined his deepest wound. The nature of the offering wasn't blood or flesh, but something far more intimate and terrifying. The silencing of the voice, the consumption of memory, the eternal echo of unheard cries trapped in the deep. And the pact made generations ago hadn't just doomed the choir. It had tuned Maris Hollow to a frequency of fear and silence, a frequency Elias, the damaged sound engineer, was now terrifyingly receptive to. The oppressive grey stillness that had held Maris Hollow captive for days finally broke. not with the gentle arrival of sun, but with the sharp intake of breath that precedes a violent squall. Elias felt the shift first as a subtle change in pressure, a restlessness in the air that vibrated against his skin, mirroring the frantic energy thrumming beneath his own ribs. Then came the wind, rising from a mournful sigh around the eaves of the cottage to a low, insistent moan that rattled the window panes and sent loose shingles skittering across the roof. Looking out, he saw the sea transforming, its placid grey surface ruffled, then choppy, then beginning to heave into increasingly menacing swells that crashed against the distant, unseen rocks with a sound like cannons firing. The sky darkened, rapidly bruised clouds rolling in from the Atlantic, heavy and low, pregnant with rain and fury. A cold dread, distinct from his baseline paranoia, trickled down Elias's spine. He knew instinctively that this wasn't just any storm. This felt familiar, echoing the descriptions he'd read, the conditions Lena had described, the very tempest that had swallowed the salt-stained choir decades ago. History wasn't just whispering anymore. It was gathering itself to roar. The approaching storm felt less like a meteorological event and more like a stage being set, a curtain rising on a final, terrible act. He felt a chilling sense of inevitability, as if the turning gears of the past had finally clicked into place, aligning his presence here with the anniversary of dread, pulling him inexorably towards the same vortex that had claimed the choir. His internal world churned in sympathy with the external chaos.
The sounds that haunted him intensified, amplified by the rising wind and the drumming. The first heavy knobs against the glass. The rhythmic, static pulse seems to be in time with granules.
Spectral singing of the choir wove through the wind's howl, a lament carried on the storm's breath. His tinnitus reached a fever pitch, a complex soundscape of shrieks and whistles that felt agonizingly attuned to the atmospheric disturbance. Shadows in the corners of the cottage seemed deeper, coalescing, playing tricks on his tired eyes. Was that a flicker of movement near the door or just the shifting light? Was that a whisper carried on the draft, or just the house settling? He couldn't be sure. The storm was eroding the already fragile boundary between his perception and reality. He found himself pacing the small room like a caged animal, torn between the instinct for self-preservation screaming at him to barricade the door, hide away, ride out the storm and flee Maris Hollow at the first opportunity, and a darker, more powerful compulsion. The compulsion was woven from guilt, the need to confront the darkness, perhaps find some form of atonement in facing the horror that mirrored his own failures. It was woven from the desperate need for answers, to understand the final moments of the choir, the true nature of the Tide Mother. And, most disturbingly, it felt woven with something external, a pull, a summons, emanating from the direction of the cliffs, the caves, growing stronger as the storm intensified. It felt as if the entity itself was using the tempest as a resonant amplifier, calling to him, drawing him towards the place of sacrifice. He had to get out, if only for a moment, escape the claustrophobic intensity of the cottage. Pulling on. His coat, bracing himself against the wind that tore at the door as he opened it, he stumbled outside. The air was electric, tasting of salt and ozone. Rain lashed down, plastering his hair to his scalp, instantly soaking through his clothes. He squinted towards the harbor, drawn by a morbid curiosity to see the sea's full fury. Down by the water's edge, a lone figure battled the elements, securing lines on a small fishing boat that bucked and strained against the violent chop within the relative shelter of the harbor walls. It was Silas Croft. Elias fought his way through, the wind and driving rain towards the old fisherman. Silas looked up as he approached, his weathered face grim, his pale eyes seeming to hold the storm's reflection. He didn't seem surprised to see Elias out in the maelstrom. "Looks like she's woken up proper," Silas shouted over the wind's roar, nodding towards the turbulent sea beyond the harbour mouth, where mountainous waves crashed against the cliffs, sending plumes of white spray high into the air. "This storm, it's like the one—" Elias began, the wind snatching the words away. Silas gave a curt, grim nod. "Aye, feels like it. Sea's got her moods, got her memories." He finished securing a thick rope, then turned to look squarely at Elias, his expression unreadable but heavy with unspoken meaning. "She sings loudest in the storm, boy, sings her hungriest songs." He glanced towards the cliffs, towards the hidden maw of the Tide Mother's throat. "Storm like this, it's when debts come due, when the deep asks for its own." He held Elias's gaze for a long moment, a look that seemed to encompass pity, warning, and a profound, ancient weariness. Then, without another word, he turned and began making his way slowly, deliberately away from the harbour, leaning into the wind, a figure etched against the fury of the elements. Silas's words, stark and final, resonated deep within Elias, extinguishing the last embers of doubt, the last vestiges of the instinct to flee. "She sings loudest in the storm. Debts come due." The pull towards the caves intensified, becoming an almost physical force. It wasn't just about finding answers anymore. It wasn't just about guilt. It felt like destiny, a terrifying convergence of past and present, of the town's secret history and his own broken narrative. The storm raged around him, the wind screaming like trapped voices, the waves crashing like the judgment of an angry god or something older. He stood there for a moment longer, soaked to the bone, the salt spray stinging his eyes, looking towards the cliffs where the Tide Mother waited. Then, turning his back on the relative safety of the harbour, he began to walk, leaning into the wind, towards the path that led down into the waiting darkness. The choice, it seemed, had already been made. There was no conscious moment of decision, no weighing of pros and cons against the howling fury of the storm. Silas Croft's final words, the confirmation of the Tide Mother's hunger amplified by the tempest, had acted like a key turning in, a lock deep within Elias. The pull towards the cliffs, towards the roaring maw of the sea caves, became an irresistible tide, dragging him forward against the screaming wind and his own instinct for survival. Fear was still present, a cold serpent coiling in his gut, but it was overridden by a potent cocktail of guilt, grim necessity, and a terrifying sense of predestination. He was walking into the heart of the storm, towards the place where the choir met their fate, not because he chose to, but because the path had narrowed to this single horrifying point. The journey along the cliff path was a brutal elemental struggle. The wind tore at him, threatening to rip him from the narrow track and hurl him into the churning chaos below. Rain lashed down, stinging his eyes, plastering his clothes to his skin, turning the already treacherous ground into slick mud and loose stone. He hunched low, leaning into the gale, each step a victory hard won against the storm's relentless assault. The roar of the sea was deafening, a physical pressure against his eardrums, punctuated by the explosive boom of colossal waves detonating against the base of the cliffs, sending tremors through the very rock beneath his feet. Sea spray mingled with the rain, leaving the taste of salt and raw cold on his lips. Visibility was almost non-existent. The world dissolved into a maelstrom of grey. Grey sky, grey sea, grey rain, grey fear. He moved by instinct as much as sight. His hands scraped raw from gripping onto rocks for balance, his body aching with the strain. Thoughts fragmented, whipped away by the wind like dead leaves. Flashes of memory. Arthur's pained face, the shriek of feedback, the innocent humming child on the tape. The inhuman clicks of the entity assaulted him between gusts, fueling his desperate pilgrimage. Was this atonement? Was this investigation? Or was it simply suicide, dressed up in the ragged clothes of purpose? He didn't know. He only knew he couldn't turn back. Finally, battered and breathless, he reached the precarious slope leading down to the entrance of the Tide Mother's throat. The scene below was apocalyptic. The sea, driven by the storm's fury, surged violently against the cliff face. Waves, black and mountainous, crashed into the cave mouth, exploding inwards with terrifying force, then sucking back out with a guttural roar, dragging loose stones and churning foam in their wake. The entrance itself seemed to inhale and exhale the raging ocean, a monstrous mouth gasping and roaring in time with the tempest. Entering seemed less like a choice and more like throwing oneself into a threshing machine. For a moment, Elias faltered, clinging to a jagged outcrop, the sheer impossibility of survival striking him with brutal clarity. This was madness. But then, the pull, that insistent summons from the darkness within, resonated stronger than the storm's roar. He thought of the choir, imagined them here, perhaps on a night just like this, facing this same terrifying threshold driven by their misguided faith or a desperate sense of obligation. He reached into his coat, his numb fingers fumbling with the buttons, checking the small digital recorder nestled in an inner pocket. Bringing it felt insane, a ludicrous adherence to his former life in the face of annihilation. Yet the compulsion to document, to capture the sound of the abyss, was too deeply ingrained to ignore. He switched it on, trusting its waterproof casing, hoping the internal microphone might pick up something beyond the overwhelming chaos. He secured his larger flashlight, took a deep, ragged breath tasting of salt and terror, and watched the rhythm of the waves, timing it desperately in the brief. Violent outwash between two colossal waves, he scrambled down the remaining slope and lunged into the cave mouth. Icy water surged around his legs, nearly sweeping him off his feet. The wind howled at his back, pushing him deeper into the darkness. Then the next wave crashed in, a deafening explosion of sound and spray that slammed him against the rock wall, stealing his breath. He gasped, sputtering, salt water stinging his eyes, the cold shocking him to the core. He was inside. The roar of the storm outside was marginally lessened, but replaced by a new kind of sonic hell. The acoustics of the cave amplified the violence, turning the crash of waves at the entrance into rolling thunder that reverberated deep within. Wind shrieked through unseen fissures high above. Water streamed down the walls, pouring from crevices, pooling on the uneven floor, swirling around his boots. His flashlight beam, switched on with trembling hands, cut weakly through the spray-filled air, reflecting off glistening black rock and the distorted, weeping shapes of salt formations. The air was thick, heavy, tasting of brine and ancient, cold, making each breath feel like inhaling liquid ice. He pushed himself away from the wall, planting his feet against the surge of water rushing back out towards the sea. He had to move deeper, away from the treacherous entrance. Driven by pure adrenaline now, he stumbled forward into the tunnel, the flashlight beam bouncing erratically, illuminating glimpses of the familiar, unsettling landscape. The slick
walls, the salt deposit, frozen deep.
The sounds were overwhelming. The external storm, the internal chaos of the cave, the frantic pounding of his own heart, and the high-pitched scream of his tinnitus, which seemed to revel in the pandemonium, feeding on the violent frequencies. He moved deeper, rounding the first curve, leaving the immediate fury of the entrance behind, plunging further into the echoing, water-filled throat of the waiting darkness. The true descent had begun. Pushing deeper into the dripping darkness, Elias moved beyond the immediate fury of the storm-battered entrance. The roar of the waves crashing into the cave mouth subsided slightly, replaced by a different, more complex and insidious soundscape. The tunnel twisted, narrowed, then unexpectedly opened out into a space far larger than he could have anticipated. His flashlight beam sliced upwards, losing itself in impenetrable blackness far above, hinting at a vast, vaulted ceiling sculpted by millennia of water and time. This had to be it, the heart of the Tide Mother's throat. The air here was still, heavy, unnervingly cold, and thick with the smell of ancient brine, wet stone, and a faint, underlying odor of decay, like stagnant water trapped for centuries. Water dripped relentlessly from unseen heights, each drop echoing with startling clarity, sounding less like water and more like rhythmic metallic tapping against the stone floor. The distant growl of the storm, funneled through the labyrinthine passages, reverberated as a low, continuous groan that seemed to emanate from the very bones of the earth. His own ragged breathing echoed back at him, distorted, sounding like the sibilant whispers he'd heard on the tapes. He swept the flashlight beam around the chamber. Strange, glistening formations rose from the floor and hung like chandeliers from the unseen ceiling. Pillars of salt-encrusted rock, twisted into grotesque, vaguely anthropomorphic shapes. In the unsteady light, they resembled a petrified audience, silent watchers frozen mid-gesture, their surfaces weeping moisture that caught the light like tears. In the center of the chamber lay a pool of water, black and perfectly still, reflecting the flashlight beam like a void staring back at him. The acoustics were profoundly unsettling. Sounds didn't decay naturally. They lingered, bounced off unseen surfaces at odd angles, creating phantom echoes and a disorienting sense of spatial distortion. It felt like standing inside a giant, resonant skull. Despite the paralyzing fear that urged him to flee back into the storm-racked world outside, a different instinct began to stir within Elias, the deeply ingrained compulsion of the sound engineer. This chamber, with its bizarre acoustics and charged atmosphere, felt significant. This was the place the echoes called home, the place where the offering was likely made. He found a relatively dry, flat ledge near the edge of the central pool, the black water reflecting the distorted shapes of the salt pillars like a nightmare mirror. With hands that still trembled but moved with remembered precision, he unpacked the portable recorder. He placed it carefully on the ledge, angling its built-in microphones towards the center of the vast, dark space, wanting to capture the ambient sound, the cave's own voice. Then came the reckless, perhaps fatal decision. He couldn't just listen to the cave, he had to see how it reacted. He had to introduce the sounds from the past back into this resonant chamber, like uttering a forbidden name in a sacred, desecrated place. He took out the small player holding the digitized fragments he'd salvaged from Elspeth's decaying tapes. It felt like an act of deliberate provocation, a conscious choice to engage with whatever presence lingered here, but the need to understand, to witness the interaction, overrode his terror. He started with the choir. He selected the clearest fragment of their haunting, melancholic hymn. As the pure, sorrowful notes drifted into the cavern, the effect was immediate and profoundly disturbing. The chamber's acoustics seized the sound, amplifying it, stretching it, making the ghostly voices seem to emanate from the very walls around him, echoing from the unseen heights, swirling like audible mist. The music didn't just play, it inhabited the space, a sorrowful resonance that felt both beautiful and deeply, terribly wrong. Next, trembling slightly, he played the rhythmic static pulse, the trapped signal. The low, insistent thrumming vibrated not just in the air, but seemingly within the rock itself. It resonated with the deep groan of the distant storm, creating a complex, layered beat that felt ancient and threatening. The dripping water seemed, impossibly, to fall silent for a moment, as if the cave itself was listening. The flashlight beam flickered, casting wild shadows that made the salt formation seem to sway and writhe. Finally, steeling himself, heart pounding against his ribs like a trapped bird, he played the brief, horrifying fragment containing the ritual, The guttural chanting, the thin overlay of the choir, and the inhuman clicks and pressure shifts of the entity. The sound hit the chamber like a physical blow. The acoustics seemed to shatter and reform around it. The chanting echoed into a cacophony of overlapping voices. The entity's clicks were amplified, sharp and penetrating, seeming to come from the black pool, from the darkness above, from everywhere at once, and the cave responded. It wasn't just acoustic reflection anymore. A low vibrational hum began to build, felt deep in Elias's chest cavity, a frequency below hearing but physically palpable. The surface of the black pool near his feet trembled slightly, concentric, ripples spreading outwards from its center, though nothing had visibly disturbed it. The air grew heavier still, thick with an almost electrical charge, raising the hairs on his arms. New sounds began to weave themselves into the playback, faint, sibilant whispers that seemed to ride on the echoes, the distinct sound of something shifting, scraping, deeper within the darkness beyond his flashlight beam, disturbingly similar to the noise that had sent him fleeing before. The sounds from his recorder were no longer just playing into the space. They were merging with the space, creating a terrifying feedback loop, awakening something long dormant. Elias stood frozen on the ledge, recorder forgotten in his hand, listening as the past bled into the present, the resonant chamber amplifying the horror, preparing for the confrontation he had so recklessly invited. The resonant chamber ceased to be merely a place. It became an active participant, a living amplifier for the horrors Elias had awakened. The sounds spilling from his small recorder no longer felt like playback. They were seeds taking root in the cave's fertile darkness, blooming into a terrifying, immersive reality. The low vibrational hum intensified, pressing against Elias's chest, rattling his teeth, a physical manifestation of the entity's gathering power. The inhuman clicks and pressure shifts echoed back from the darkness, louder now, sharper, seeming to answer the recorded sounds, a call and response across the gulf of decades. Whispers swirled around him, no longer indistinct susurrations but clear, sibilant voices overlapping, speaking fragments he almost understood. Phrases about bargains, about salt and silence, about the hunger beneath, occasionally twisting into something that sounded chillingly like his own name, or Arthur's. This wasn't a confrontation with a physical form, no monster emerging from the black pool or the shadows. It was something far more insidious, a sensory and psychological assault, an overwhelming presence making itself known through the manipulation of sound, pressure, temperature, and memory. The air grew bitingly cold, goose flesh prickling across Elias's skin despite the exertion. The flashlight beam flickered erratically, shadows deepening and stretching in impossible ways, the salt pillars seeming to weep tears of black, oily moisture, their shapes twisting into agonized poses that mirrored the unheard screams of the choir. Then, the assault turned inwards, breaching the fragile walls of his own consciousness. The cave's oppressive atmosphere, saturated with the recorded sounds of the past, triggered a violent cascade of memory. Suddenly, he wasn't just standing in the Tide Mother's throat. He was back in the recording studio years ago. The air filled with the acrid smell of burnt electronics. He heard, with agonizing clarity, the precise, ear-splitting shriek of the uncontrolled feedback loop, the sound that had ruptured his hearing, the sound that preceded the sickening crunch and Arthur's cry of pain. He saw his mentor falling, the surprise and agony on his face, the accusation in his eyes. Or was that just Elias's guilt projecting onto the memory? The traumatic echo of the studio accident slammed into the present horror of the cave. The entity seemed to seize upon his guilt, his pain, drawing it out, amplifying it. The rhythmic static pulse from the tapes merged with the frantic beeping of hospital monitors around Arthur's bed. The choir's ghostly lament intertwined with the memory of Arthur's wife sobbing quietly in the hospital corridor. The inhuman clicks echoed the sickening pop he thought he'd heard when his own eardrum perforated. It was a forced synthesis, a terrifying collage of his personal trauma and the collective agony trapped within these walls. He felt stripped bare, his deepest wound exposed, raw and bleeding, offered up to the unseen presence. Through the terror, through the sensory overload, a horrifying clarity began to dawn. He started to understand, or believe he understood, the nature of the entity, the essence of its hunger. It wasn't just sound it consumed, but the resonance behind the sound. The fear, the sorrow, the desperation, the memory itself. It fed on echoes, on the psychic residue of intense emotion. The pact wasn't just a bargain. It was the establishment of a parasitic relationship. The offering wasn't merely death. It was absorption, the voices and memories of the offered becoming, part of the entity's being, trapped in an eternal silent scream within its vast, cold consciousness. The whispers weren't just echoes. They were fragments of consumed souls. He understood why the choir's offering might have failed or been insufficient. Perhaps their faith, however misguided, lacked the pure, unadulterated terror the entity truly craved. Or perhaps their song wasn't enough. Perhaps it demanded a specific kind of silence, the silence that follows a truly broken spirit, the silence Arthur embodied after the accident stole his career, the silence Elias carried within himself. Was this entity the source of the silence, or the silence itself made manifest? The world inside the cave dissolved into a hallucinatory vortex. Sounds collided, the choir, the chanting, the entity's clicks, the feedback shriek, Arthur's cry, the whispers, building into an unbearable crescendo. The pressure intensified, feeling as if the rock walls were closing in, squeezing the air from his lungs. The black water in the pool seemed to rise, swirling with phantom faces. Elias staggered on the ledge, overwhelmed, feeling his own identity fraying, dissolving, threatening to be absorbed into the cave's resonant memory, just another echo added to the Tide Mother's collection. He cried out, a raw, animal sound of pure terror and despair, lost in the cacophony. Then, as abruptly as it began, the peak of the sensory assault subsided. Not silence. The cave was never truly silent, but a lessening of the overwhelming pressure, a slight retreat of the most intense phenomena. The inhuman clicks faded back into the background hum. The vividness of his traumatic memories receded, slightly, leaving behind a residue of aching guilt. He was left standing there, trembling, gasping for breath, drenched in sweat and icy cave water, utterly shattered, but somehow still himself, still present. He had faced the heart of the storm, the nexus of the haunting, the raw presence of the entity amplified by his own deepest fears, and he had endured. He looked into the oppressive darkness of the chamber, no longer just an observer, no longer just an investigator. He understood the stakes. He understood the entity's nature, or at least his terrified mind had constructed an understanding. And he understood with chilling certainty that a choice was now upon him. A choice rooted in sound and silence, sacrifice and survival, legacy and loss. The confrontation had stripped away everything else, leaving only the terrible clarity of the decision that awaited him in the deep. The echoes in the resonant chamber settled, the chaotic sensory assault receding into a watchful, waiting intensity. Elias stood on the ledge beside the black pool, trembling not just from cold, but from the terrifying clarity that had followed the confrontation. He understood now, or believed he did. The Tide Mother, the ancient presence bound to this coast, fed on resonance, on fear, on sorrow, on memory captured in sound, trapped in echoes. The pact was a feeding schedule, the offering a specific frequency of despair. The choir had been consumed, their songs and souls absorbed into the vast, cold silence beneath the waves. And he, Elias Thorne, sound engineer haunted by guilt and attuned to frequencies both real and imagined, stood at the precipice, uniquely vulnerable, uniquely resonant. A choice lay before him, stark and unavoidable in the oppressive darkness. He could flee, scramble back through the storm-battered tunnels, leave Maris Hollow and its secrets to fester, carrying his knowledge and guilt like a shroud for the rest of his life. He could fight, try to use his remaining equipment, the tapes, the sounds themselves, to disrupt or banish the entity, a path likely leading to madness or annihilation. Or he could make an offering, not of his life perhaps, but of something intrinsically his, something resonant enough to satisfy the entity, to potentially break the cycle, or at least buy the town and himself a measure of silence. His gaze fell upon the small digital recorder still clutched in his hand, its red light blinking, faithfully capturing the cave's charged ambience. Then he looked at the scattered remnants of Elspeth's tapes he'd brought with him. These objects, tools of his trade and vessels of the past's agony, suddenly felt profoundly important. The entity fed on sound, on memory. His life, his guilt, was defined by sound, by memory, by the silence left in its wake. He knew what he had to do. It wasn't about heroism, not about saving the town out of altruism. It was about confronting the core of his own torment, transmuting his guilt into something tangible, offering the resonance that defined him to the entity that craved it. It was the only path that felt like an answer, however terrifying. With newfound chilling purpose, Elias raised the recorder. He pressed the record button again, ensuring it was capturing his voice over the cave's unsettling soundscape. He spoke into the small microphone, his voice hoarse, trembling, but clear in the echoing chamber. He spoke not to the entity, but to the memory that haunted him, the ghost that had followed him here. Arthur, he began, the name echoing strangely, absorbed and distorted by the cave's acoustics. The accident, the feedback, it wasn't just equipment failure, it was me. My attention lapsed. I wasn't careful enough. Your hearing, your career, silenced. Because of me. He poured everything into the recording. The years of suppressed guilt, the self-loathing, the memory of the feedback shriek, the sight of Arthur's pain, the crushing weight of his failure. He spoke of his damaged hearing, the tinnitus, the phantom sounds that were both his curse and his connection to this place. He offered his raw, unvarnished shame, his deepest resonance, weaving it into the sonic tapestry of the cave, recording it onto the digital memory. It was a final, harrowing confession, offered into the resonant darkness. When he finished, silence pressed in, thick and expectant. The low hum of the cave seemed to deepen, the whispers fading slightly, as if listening. Elias held the recorder for a moment longer, the small machine containing the concentrated essence of his deepest wound. Then, with a sudden, violent gesture, he raised it high and smashed it against the hard rock ledge. Plastic splintered, circuits cracked, the blinking red light extinguished instantly. The recorded confession, his offered resonance, was silenced. Before it could be fully played back, the potential energy offered but immediately nullified. He turned to the remaining tapes, the fragile ribbons containing the choir's agony, the entity's presence. One by one, he pulled the tape from the reels, tearing the magnetic strips, destroying the captured sounds, letting the fragments flutter down towards the black still water of the pool. He was erasing the echoes, silencing the past, offering the ultimate tribute to an entity that fed on sound, the absolute negation of it. Silence. His silence. The choir's silence. As the last fragment of tape drifted onto the water's surface, a profound change occurred in the chamber. The oppressive weight in the air lessened dramatically. The low, vibrational hum faded into stillness. The constant dripping seemed softer, more natural. The chilling sense of a vast, malevolent awareness receded, leaving behind only the cold, damp emptiness of the cave. It wasn't triumph, not vanquishing. It felt more like acceptance, satiation through negation. The offering of silence, of erasure, had perhaps fulfilled the pact in a way the choir's desperate songs never could. Or perhaps the entity, confronted with the deliberate destruction of its resonant food source and the raw energy of Elias's confessed guilt, immediately followed by its silencing, had simply withdrawn, its connection to this specific frequency broken. Elias stood there, utterly drained, empty. He touched his left ear. The relentless, high-pitched whine of his tinnitus was quieter. Not gone entirely, but muted, distant, like an echo finally fading. In its place was a profound, almost terrifying quiet he hadn't experienced since before the accident. The silence he had offered seemed to have taken root within him as well. Slowly, mechanically, he gathered the remnants of his destroyed equipment, leaving the torn tape fragments to the pool. He turned his back on the resonant chamber and began the long, arduous journey back towards the entrance, guided by the weak beam of his flashlight. The cave felt different now, still vast, still dark, still ancient, but somehow neutral. The menacing presence had retreated. He emerged hours later, blinking, into a world transformed. The storm had passed. The sky was clearing, streaks of pale dawn light painting the horizon. The sea, though still churning with residual energy, had lost its apocalyptic fury. The air was washed clean, smelling only of salt and wet earth. He walked back towards Maris Hollow, a solitary figure moving through the awakening landscape. The town looked the same, grey stone houses, nets drying, the church spire stark against the clearing sky. But something felt different in the silence. A tension released, the held breath finally exhaled. Or perhaps that was just him. He reached the cottage, the place where his journey into sound and madness had begun. He didn't know if he had saved the town or merely postponed a debt. He didn't know if the Tide Mother was gone or simply dormant, waiting. He only knew the silence, both within him and without, felt vast, deep, and profoundly ambiguous. He had confronted the echoes, offered his own resonance, and chosen silence. What grew in that silence now, only time or the next turning of the tide would tell.